Woods. What's up, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? I do apologize for that abrupt ending yesterday. My internet connection went out, and I was without the interwebs for a little while, so... anyway, I didn't keep playing. I just stopped what I was doing and logged out and saved, so I'm at that same spot. So where we're at now, this is a fresh start account in the new community development team update, and we're just farming unlocks right now. So we are, where were we? We were at Arcane Library. We're just getting the base campaign unlocked, so we've got to go to the summit, and then we're going to switch back over to survival and start working our way into insane and nightmare mode. But let's go ahead and hop on into Arcane Library and get this started here. I'm not sure, I think I'm just gonna go to like nightmare mode. I don't know, maybe I'll go to massacre mode on this playthrough. I want to you know, I want to play on my main account a little bit. So let's go, let's see what we got to start. Just throw some rando stuff down. How much we got left? 440 left. Let's throw 2 wisps there. We'll go 1 there to start and 1 here. And then kind of do the same thing over here. This area we'll put 2. Actually, that leaves me enough. We'll go ahead and just throw 3 down here. Alright. Gonna have to just manually kill through the beginning. Now, this should be really, really trivial. Getting through the rest of the campaign. They're gonna have to make it worth surviving. For a quad. If you want the game to continue on, it's going to have paid DLC. The reason it didn't continue on is because it didn't have paid DLC. Or something other than cosmetic only, anyway. What's going on there, side? How you doing? Gotta remember that, you know, I mean, it sucks. I understand. But got to remember that it is a business, and if it's not a business that's making money, then it's not a business that will continue operating. As with any other business, you know? Gonna be all about that ogre lane for the most part. And I mean, you can say, oh, well, they could do this or they could do that or whatever and get some form of profitability going. But we're past that point is the thing. Well, it's a community development team. So, I mean, first off, remember, this is not from Chromatic. Chromatic has empowered a community development team to do it. But this is being made by the community, so... You know, I mean, you got to reel your expectations into realizing this is not a paid thing. It's kind of like mod support in a video game. You know? It's just it is not a mod and becomes the game itself on PC anyway. But yeah, I hear you. Same. I don't think they would take... The thing with DD1 is they did that nickel and dime approach from the beginning. So it made it difficult for them to alter out of it. But yeah, I hear you. I mean, DD1's got what? I don't even know how many DLCs there are that are like 99 cents or whatever. Alright, what do we want to do? I don't think it matters, to be honest. I think we're just going to wreck it no matter what we do. Let's just let it fly here. Let's just get through this. We don't need to build anymore or whatever. I've got that right at towards the end of the stream yesterday. I upgraded a weapon. No, it's PC only. Once again, it's a mod. It's not, or it's similar to a mod. It's not a actual Chromatic official game update. They did express interest in trying to get it to consoles eventually, but it won't be something that will be anytime remotely in the near future. It'll be down the road once they've got lots of updates in and, you know, seeing how the community has responded to it. I mean, if they do a bunch of updates and no one bothers playing it, or no one goes back to the game, then it's just not going to go to console. It's the thing now that would take it from being like a community project to an official project. I mean, I wouldn't guess it's ever going to go to console, to be honest, because it costs money, you know? Like I said, it's not... This is a community thing. Let's just let it fly here. What's going on there, DD? How you doing? Well, I mean, the majority of people want more difficulty. Remember, it's a farm game. Once you grind out the gear, it will become easier and easier for you, you know? But, I mean, most people want some sort of extreme difficulty at the end. It's not a game that you play through. It's a grind game, you know? So it's all about that grind, getting the gear, etc. Should probably upgrade these just to get more range on them. I'm excited to get this campaign stuff done and get back to trying to climb. Oh, you'll get it. I mean, you got to remember, too, like, the first people to beat that map were geared to the teeth from doing the previous difficulties, and it still took them, like, a full day to get their first win. And, you know, when I say that, I'm talking, like, 10, 12 hours of just grinding that map over and over again, failing on it, before they got the first win. It's not meant to be something that you just go in and you kind of steamroll and cakewalk through. It's supposed to be a major milestone, getting the win, you know? I mean, there's always mixed opinions on that kind of stuff, but there's got to be, like, and actually the reason the game fell off so quickly is it didn't have any of that extreme challenge stuff at the end. So people completed all the content and stopped playing and didn't bother trying to min-max or anything like that. What up, Mr. Lorenthal? How you doing, man? DD1's an incredibly good game. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I mean, it's by far the most complete product of all the Dungeon Defenders games. You read it as CTD and not CDT? No crashing. I haven't had any crashing anyway. Some people have, I don't want to jinx it. A few people have said they've had crash issues. I personally have not had any. All right, Arcane Library in the bag. Let's head on over to the gardens. Once again, right now I'm just kind of in unlock stage, so what do we got on this one? 480. I'm hoping to get some keys to do a giveaway. I'm gonna try. There's not a way to realistically do it. To like enforce anything other than like an honor system, but I'm gonna try to make it so it's console only. Where to enter the giveaway, you have to be a console player that doesn't have the update, to give some console players an opportunity to get in and check it out. But like I said, that's not something that's really possible for me to actually enforce in a giveaway. As far as gameplay, it's closest to DD1, but it's still far off from DD1. Mr. Lorenthal. What up, Mexitron? Sci Tech, how you guys doing? Getting ready for tomorrow? Oh, yeah. I still don't know what I want to do. Part of me has got like I really, really, really want to try an Elementalist. I've never really played an Elementalist. But a part of me just says if I don't go Chieftain, I'll regret it. So I don't know. I still got, 24 hours to decide. Oh, can you not sync anymore, Dizzy? Well, Pox is not a Elementalist fan, so I mean, I looked at his stuff last night. He only did like a campaign starter guide. He's definitely the expert for RF, but he is definitely not the expert for Elementalist. You know? I don't even know who you would look at for like some sort of a guide or whatever for an Elementalist, to be honest. Path of Exile league start tomorrow. Well, I think it will be if you logged in and played it all and got any of the new drops. Like, you might be able to do a cross-platform save if there's nothing that would corrupt the save file. I don't know. But I think you would be able to. Like, if you were on PC and you farmed one of the new golden pets and then you tried to cross-save over to console, it would definitely corrupt the save file and you wouldn't be able to play. But if you haven't played yet and you're going from console to PC, it might be fine. What would corrupt it is if there were something in the save file that was not on the other platform, I think. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the expert on that stuff for sure. I'm just guessing. Yeah, I mean, besides like adding in the golden pets at wave 100, I do want to get over to start doing that. I got a prop cat last night. It's freaking badass, too. Let me see if I can find a screenshot of it real quick. Let me see. I want to farm. There's a few different pets I want to try to farm. I'm looking for it, y'all. I'm looking for it. Oh, I must have deleted it. Anyway, I did pop on my main account last night and got one of the prop cats. Yep, Breach 2.0. If you like Breach, I think it's a no-brainer to play this league. I sadly am in the world of my favorite thing to do in PoE is Blight. So, like, on leagues where the Blight drops are where no one's farming Blight, which this might be one of them, and the Blight, like the tainted oils and stuff, become really, really expensive, then I kind of kill it. Because I can sit there and play Blight all day. Like, a lot of people can sit there and do Breach all day. I can literally fire up PoE and only play Blight, assuming I have enough Blighted maps and everything. That's part of why I wanted to do Chieftain, is I can swap over to like a Detonate Dead auto bomber, and that is just really, really good for Blight because of the scaling. Yeah, I would think at a minimum, probably around Thanksgiving would be the next sale, or some kind of like autumn sale. I'm not sure if there will be a Halloween sale. Is there a Halloween sale going on Steam? You think it'd be up already if there was. And like I said, I'm going to try to get some giveaway keys as well. No, talking about Path of Exile. Path of Exile's got a new league starting tomorrow, so a lot of people are talking about it. I'm on YouTube and Twitch, so I got Twitch chat going as well. Not a full-blown Halloween sale this time around. Horror games on sale. I was gonna do a spooky stream night or day and play some kind of spooky game, but I don't know yet. There's that game, that kind of story-driven werewolf game, The Quarry. I debated on going through that one. I don't play very many horror games either, but I figured for Halloween I could do a scary game. The Quarry's more story-driven for sure, but it does have quite a few jump scares in it, and it's been years since I looked at it, so I'm not going to remember where any of that stuff is. I mean, 7 Days to Die, but I don't really consider that a horror game. That's definitely more survival than anything else. Love me some 7 Days to Die. Yeah. I mean, as a builder, she's incredibly good. As a DPS hero, she just got massive buffs in this update. I haven't played her yet. I probably won't, to be honest. It's just not my flavor. If I'm going to play a melee character, it's probably going to be the Squire. You guys that know my ARPG love, I gotta spin, you know. Squire's got a very, very powerful spin move. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of good options for Halloween games, but, you know, we just got this DDA CDT update. Path of Exile League starts soon. So to be honest with you, I'll probably end up missing the window as far as Halloween goes. Halloween's like close, isn't it? Is it tomorrow or the next day? I don't even know what the date is. It's tomorrow. Time to turn off the lights and lock the gate. Keep them little frickin' brats out of my yard. And take all the candy for myself. Ah, the glory of being a grumpy old man. Love it. Uzar loves some Halloween. He'll be out scaring the kiddos. He'll do enough scaring the kiddos for the both of us. So. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What do we got going on? something over here. All right. 2 more maps. And we can start actually climbing. We'll have the unlocks. Let's see. Let's actually 2-wall this one. Well, it's community development team updates now. It's not official chromatic updates. So, I mean, they'll get done what they can get done, you know? I think I'll hang out over here, maybe. Put them off to the side there. Gotta be able to get one more down here. Am I gonna have enough DU to put one? Or enough mana? Alright, we'll see how it goes here. Oh yeah, I love me some spin to win builds. The thing with me in ARPGs is, you know, as with pretty much all games, I got no problem with putting in grind, you know? I'm fine with grinding, but I don't want to kill my hands and my wrist in the process of grinding, you know? Where is the button? There it is. I mean, that should... Do I need anything else over here? Yeah, I still need to buff beam that. I was going to say, that should get me through the campaign map here anyway. We got an Ogre. Oh, I should have put a reflect beam in there. That's alright, I think it'll be fine. A little overpowered for what I'm doing right now, since I did go through a hard mode survival. So just a matter of just getting through it to get the unlock. I've seen them mention new item level. I didn't see anything about new maps. I mean, they want to do lots of stuff, so it'll be what's realistic and what they're capable of getting done. Gotta remember they're new to the engine and all that stuff, so it's going to be a learning process for them as well. It's an update, so that is good. But there's very little in this update. But it's an update, you know. Like I said, it's a baby step on what is hopefully a huge, ends up being a huge stairway. Oh no! I need to fix my loot filter. I forgot I played on my main save last night. Let's do that. We want blue gear. Uncheck that. I think that's probably good. I mean, I'm not going to get anything on these maps anyway, but I just remembered. All we're looking for here is unlocks. Alright, that got wrecked, so I can just watch over here. Well, I mean, new content is I mean, they have publicly said they want to eventually get a new tier in, but don't look at that roadmap and take that as anything other than a list of their goals. From a marketing professional level, they should have never put that out. It's not a roadmap. It's a list of goals, you know? It's a mod. It's like a mod, Ross, so no, it's PC only. Well, there 100% will be paid content, or it won't be worth it for Chromatic to keep the authentication servers up. Gotta remember, DDA generates $0, yet has a monthly expense. So if it doesn't generate some money, then it doesn't suck. It's a wonderful thing. Because, you know, here's the deal. Like, I had a bunch of people sending me, like, all these complaints and all this stuff. No one gets to complain or no one gets to bitch. This is 100% made by the community. If it wasn't for the community volunteering their own personal time to learn how to do this and update the game, there would be nothing. So it's either nothing or something is the two choices. Like I said, Lucky, that's a list of goals. That was from a professional standpoint, and from someone who has done marketing professionally for a living, that was not a very smart move putting out that, because it's not a roadmap. It's a list of goals. I mean, they're just now learning how to use the engine, you know? It would be like me, you know, knowing, I actually know quite a bit about cars, but It would be like me, if I knew nothing at all about automobiles, saying I'm going to build an automobile and then saying in 2 years I'm going to install a supercharger. I mean, you got to learn how to do this stuff first, you know? Like I said, and no offense to the guys. I mean, they're obviously very passionate and they're dedicating their own personal time. But it's not a roadmap. It's a list of their personal goals, which should never have been published to the community. That's why I personally am never going to include it on a video, because it's kind of, not even going to get into it any further. It's just, remember, this is, once again, it's a community update. It's like a mod. It's not an official thing through Chromatic. We got to be grateful that we got an update at all. And hopefully the guys are able to achieve everything they want to achieve, Right. So all we got left is summits. We'll have to do several summits to unlock the various difficulties. In fact, part of me feels like I just bail on this right now and go right to hard summit, right? Why would I do this summit? There's no point in doing the easier summit when the harder one is already unlocked. All right, so let's see. When we look at campaign maps, to unlock insane mode, I've got to beat the summit on easy, medium, or hard. Actually, it doesn't even matter. I can do it on medium. To unlock nightmare mode, oh, I only have to do one summit, period. I forgot about that. Maybe it was massacre. Or yeah, there we go. Or no, it says any difficulty. I forgot that was changed. So yeah, we just got to do the summit. Oh, I'm not implying that by any means. What I'm implying is, don't take public announcements as anything other than a goal. When a company does a public announcement and they says this are the things we are going to do, it's something that you can hold them accountable for. When a group of people who are volunteering their own time to try to make something they love better say this is what we want to do, you can't take any of that. That's just all a bunch of goals, is what I'm referring to. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way whatsoever. I guess I am kind of saying it in a derogatory way towards Chromatic, not towards the CDT. Because Chromatic has a bad habit, or has had a bad habit of putting out roadmaps that they weren't able to deliver upon. So yeah, I guess in that regard, I am saying it in a negative light. Let's go 2 to start down here. We got a nice bit of starting mana for this one. Build them like out here. It's easy. Have zero expectations, and anything we get will be good. That's how folks need to look at it. What were we getting 3 weeks ago? We were getting nothing. So have no expectations, and anything that you get will be something new and exciting. You know, I know that's hard to look at things that way, but that's just how you need to look at it. It's a game that was shelved, and now it's off the shelf thanks to members of the community dedicating their own personal time. It could be a really good thing. I mean, look at what happened with DD1. You know, let's be honest here. Trendy put out a really, really good game, 13 or 15 years ago or whatever it was, with DD1, that had massive issues. And all of those issues all got fixed by community development team. And now it's like one of the most legendary games you could possibly ever play. And, you know, not to bash, but that's no thanks to Trendy. That's thanks to the community development team. They're who did it. They're who made it happen. They turned it into, you know, they took a really good idea and turned it into something super special. So, I mean, hopefully that's exactly what ends up happening with DDA. And hopefully more and more people get into it. There is no testing currently. There probably will be down the road, but right now there's no. I mean, the place to look out for all that would be in their official Discord server, but none of that exists right now. Like I said, it's two guys dedicating their own time, so, you know, it's not like this is going to be, we're not going to get weekly updates or anything like that. Oh, you are likely not as old as I am, the lucky, so don't you feel bad about that one bit. I actually missed DD1 when it first launched. I was a Orcs Must Die, big Orcs Must Die fan. So there was no DD1 for me at the very beginning. I was a late bloomer in DD1. I actually had members of the Orcs Must Die community were like, hey, check this out. And the first time I played DD1, I didn't like it. It was way too shiny and flashy. I didn't want all the shiny, flashy eye bleed. And then people came back to me and said, dude, come on, you gotta give this game a chance and actually look at it for real. And I went back and played it with them, and that's when I kind of got hooked. But yeah, I didn't like it at the very start. Oh, and I will never let you live it down, Dizzy. I will never let you live it down. I will remind you of that every birthday. Let's see. We still got a truckload of DU left, but let's just keep letting it fly here for now. I mean, this should be an easy, pretty easy mode completion here. Hey, that's fine. I will take that as handsome young man, Dizzy. I will take that as handsome young man. What's going on there, Zabas? How you doing? For those just joining, sorry about the abrupt end yesterday. My internet took a poo-poo. I'm doing good. Just back on the grind, trying to get these unlocks done so I can get to climbing difficulties. It won't be long and we'll be level gated and we'll have to just grind XP. sure what I'll do for the XP grind yet. The go-to has always been like wave 20 starts in prom. You can do summit grinds too, but that gets really tiresome after a while. Let's see. Alright, let's just... I'm not going to use all of the DU, but I might as well slap down a few more things. All your guys are about 105? Yeah, it's fair. You're close to the top then. If you're 105, you're capable of doing all the content. So you can just play naturally and you'll have all your guys up to 110 in no time. Survival in the higher tier, fastest running survivals you can do, the faster you will level. So, like, lots of people used Prom for ages. Royal Gardens is another good spot. Prom being an Act 3 map offers really good XP and runs fairly quick. So that's what the bulk of the grinders did. And then you can, once you're geared to the point, you can do just summit campaign runs super, super fast. But that means rebuilding over and over and over and over again, like every 5 or 6 minutes. So that's not for everybody. I'm lazy as hell, so I prefer the chillax it out survival route personally. What's going on, Shadow Shot? The spawns on this map are just incredibly slow. Guess we could add some upfront stuff in. I was hoping we were going to be able to get out and tag those guys. I guess if I gave them a few upgrades, they probably would reach. On lunch break, having a chill day so far. Nice. Nice to both, lunch and a chill day. I don't usually eat lunch. We usually have like one big meal a day. We're dinner people for sure. My mother-in-law eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but the wife and I, we usually have like maybe like just some kind of a late breakfast snack, which is usually something very, very small. But to be fair, all of my morning calories come in the form of coffee because I'm a full-blown caffeine addict. Yeah. Oh, I know what you're saying. I would never pass up a lunch break at work. Going on there, golems? Will somebody say yo-yo to golems for me? He has no volume. He can't hear me. Alright, what do we want to do? Do I want to bother putting more upfront in? Let's just upgrade these to get a little more range out of them. Thanks there, Dee Dee. Oh, you get to go home for lunch? That's awesome. I guess you got to live close enough to home. In the, of course, when I worked for Pennzoil and was a corporate guy, most of our lunches were business lunches. So they were always out at a restaurant somewhere. And then in the casino business, it was always in a break room. I actually wasn't allowed to leave the property, being a pit boss, in between or during shift. There we go. Now they're going up there and hitting. I might want to get some reflect beams in here. I can put those in on the fly. Let's just do it. Yeah, but in the casino business, once you signed out keys, like you'd go in and you would be assigned keys to unlock various things in the pit. You weren't allowed to leave the property once you had those keys. Prior to that, when I was a dealer, you were able to. All the older dealers would go to the casino across the street and have booze. I never wanted to really work drunk, so I never did that. But yeah, the older dealers that hated life, they would go across the street to the next casino and slam a bunch of shots. It's one thing I'll say about the casino business. There's exceptions, of course, to every rule, but the people that were straight up like a blackjack dealer or whatever and never moved to other games and never moved up to like a supervisory role or something like that, and they were like blackjack and roulette dealers only for 25 years, boy, they were some grumpy mofos, man. Oh yeah, the good old days. You used to eat like a king in Vegas. Shit, man, I went a couple of years where I ate just ridiculous food and never paid for anything. You'd always get... They don't take care of you like that now. I mean, they still feed you, I think, but it's like leftover slop from the buffet or whatever. But yeah, there was a time in Vegas many years ago where it was just common courtesy. If you were a casino employee and you kind of went anywhere, you didn't pay for your food or drinks. You were expected to tip the employees. And that was it. Yeah, the food that casinos reply now or give you now is pretty much garbo. It's all too corporate now in Vegas. The good old days are sadly long gone. The good old days. Well, now they, like a lot of the bigger places, you get the buffet food. And the buffet food is normally not very high quality. I mean, the expensive buffets are, but they don't give the expensive buffet food to people, to employees. They give them the $7.99 all you can eat stuff that's just meant to soak up alcohol and fill people up. It's just, you know, like I said, it's just all so corporate now. Shit, when I say, you know, I didn't start off at a big casino on the Strip, of course, but when I very first started working in a casino, you could go into the owner's office and talk to the owner. Nowadays, the owner is definitely not on site, and it is more than likely, you know, a group of people or shareholders or whatever. Large publicly traded companies that own casinos as well. Now, all the old school owners back in the day of the small places ended up selling out to the big guys. Taking millions and walking away with it and retiring. Yeah, I mean, you can't blame them. That's the dream for every business owner for the most part. Build your business to the point where it's large enough where it's worth something, and then sell it and retire. You know, other than like people creating passion projects or whatever. Pretty much everything's OP DPS early. I am going to add another hero to the deck, but I didn't want to have to grind leveling, since this is kind of just like a throwaway save file. Once I'm done with this, this save file will go into a folder with a bunch of other throwaway save files, where it'll collect dust until I eventually delete it. I got my main save saved, of course. I actually have 2 accounts. One of them was my wife's account, but she played for about 30 minutes and was done with it. She's not into games that really require shooting or whatever. She likes puzzle games and stuff like that. All right. This should be a pretty quick burn. Hopefully he comes this way. I still haven't found the skip the countdown, boss countdown timer button. There's boss. I don't know what it is. I can't remember. And of course it didn't go this way. That's alright, we're just going to shoot him. We can just blast him from here. Maybe. I could have got him with that if I would have been paying attention. Oh, I did get him. Hitbox the size of New York City for the win. All right, so we got our summit win. So now we are just level gated for the most part. What do we got? We got a range booster. 3 target. Pretty good one. that will definitely likely come in handy when it comes to survival grinding. But as far as unlocks go, we are now just level gated. We don't need to do any more campaign maps other than unlocking survival runs. So let's get things dialed in here and get to the grinding. See, I know there's not going to be any gear. Well, we got an accessory. We'll put that on our... let me lock that. What did we get? We got Immolation is hot. Bouncing Magic is hot. Not so much on that one. We got a real nice monocle. We'll definitely be using that bad boy. But I'll be using that on a different character. Let's see, we got 20 points. Let's slap it right there. This has been my unofficial Waller. For some criminal reason. We'll use that there because that is going to be a little bit better. And then we'll throw that anywhere. Probably throw that on the monk for now. Let's see. 182 power, 58 range, 65 rate. Let's get up to, say, 70 range. Dump a few more into rate. Spread them around. We got Mr. Monkalicious. We'll give him that. Keep just going straight range. So we're up to 173 range on our auras. We'll put this here for now. We got the lovely, lovely Summoner. Hey, I need to start getting some 2-stat pieces of gear. That way I don't have to spread all these points around. And then the Huntress is currently naked. So we still need to get some Huntress gear on. Alright, so what do we need to do? Do we jump right? Do we try to jump right to Insane Mode? I believe we do. This will be some failing. What do we need for Nightmare? Level 60. Let me see. Hardcore is good. Not a whole lot we can do to get things started. We are going to wisp it up here. We'll just get one down for the start. And do we have enough to put one here? It's a little bit close, but I'll get them adjusted when I get some a little more mana. Should be real easy at the start, and then hopefully we get some gear. Like I said, need some 2 stat pieces. We get some 2 stat pieces to drop, and then I can pull points out that I've got dumped into like range or raid or whatever, and stack it into power, and that will be pretty considerable. All right. Let's see. I feel like I need to move that back just a tiny bit. It was a little bit uncomfortably close to cleave range there. It's good enough to get through another wave. It'll be a while till I start getting decent drops. Having a weapon upgraded too, it'll be a big change versus the last survival run, because I'll be able to actually provide some DPS. Then we should get to level 60 quick. Now, I do think I want to get a little bit of gear here in Insane Mode before I just jump right into Nightmare. Because Nightmare is going to introduce Copter Ogres. Which are going to beat my ass into the ground. Alright, let's see. What do we got left? We got 29 left. It's a little bit sketchy there. They might be able to throw underneath that. Well, that leaves me 13. Are we big enough to split yet? Ooh. We are big enough to split. Let's go with, oh, not enough juice for a strength drain yet. I'll have to go one more wave. Yeah, but I mean, I'm getting blue chest drops already, and it's only, you know, wave 3. So we should get some nice upgrades here relatively quick. Well, I spent $1 million gold on upgrading a weapon, which I will do again, likely before this map is over. to help me with Nightmare. I mean, the damage will be significant. Spend the cash, reap the rewards, you know? Alright. What do we want? Alright, we want a strength drain. It sucks, man. I'm going to be just short. I'm going to be 1 DU short of being able to do a strength drain and a snare over here. So instead, I think what we'll do an ensnare, and then as soon as I have enough, or as soon as I have a set of gear on my Huntress, we'll throw down a gas trap over there. Yeah, for certain. Alright, well, I guess we can start. It's going to be a while. Part of me wants to just spend the DU right now. I don't want to put a gas trap here right now because it's going to be a maintenance issue. But let's just do it anyway. Hopefully things don't get close enough to actually set that off. That way I don't have to deal with it. You see it's got 3 charges right now. Oof. I guess I could, in preparation for what's to come, I could just do this. Because it's not going to do much right now anyway. We can do that to get me over the hump. That gives it 24 charges. That's a little bit better. Out of juice. Oh yeah. I'll get one shot if something slaps me. It won't be as bad as it was before. Like a goblin won't be able to one-shot me. I don't think. Let's see. Nah. Yeah, so I'm good for goblins, but like a ogre is going to one-shot me for sure. Dark Elf Warrior will probably like 2-shot me. I got the vitality off the giraffe, which will get us a shiny-ass new one here if we can actually complete this map. What about a mind goblin? We're going to be in all blue gear here really quick, though. We'll be able to toggle blue gear off the loot filter. I would assume by like wave 10 or so. Yeah, we just got, ooh, accessorizing. We are accessorizing. We'll just throw that right there for now. Hitting DD2 buttons. Even after all day yesterday, I'm still hitting the DD2 buttons. I'm assuming I will continue to do that all day. Shit, I'm on the wrong Wrong weapon. It's like, why is none of the things dying? God dang it. 4 does not heal you. Check. It's mainly the abilities in the... I usually don't try to hit the pet button, but abilities and defenses, I'm always hitting the wrong thing. You know, I keep going for 8 for my buff beam. Just because it's the last slot. Didn't record a DD2 video this morning. I had a little bit of the FOMO going on. It's like, oh my god, I didn't get my login reward. It's tough to get over that stuff, you know, when you skip a day. I miss them on my main account all the time, but I try to get them on those little alt playthroughs, just because they're so huge. Chubby Tubby, thank you so much for the sub, man. 8 months in a row. I do appreciate it. Yeah, they don't reset if you miss. I tell you, the game that's actually super rewarding, that you get those big milestones that I constantly forget, or I never log in for. I remember like 1 week out of the year is Warframe, because you get those rewards. That's like the 600th login or whatever. You get those big milestone rewards. They're hitting the post. Yeah, you know what? I always put their butts too close. Oh, they're big time things. Like there's mods, like special mods and stuff, that the only place to get it is like day 300's login reward or whatever. There's big things, or at least there used to be. I'm assuming there still is. I always put them too close to something. I constantly forget that they're shooting out of their buttocks. You think those are webs, but those are really farts. And right now they're shitting all over themselves. I'll get them moved here. I don't know what I want to do. I can put them down below off the buff beam. I don't think moving them out is going to save the day with them. I hate to have them lose the range from the buff beam, though. But, I mean, that's the safest place. I might be able to put one, like, right there. What to see? Actually, I'll just put them both right there, and we'll look at them here. Get this R's repaired up or upgraded, one of the two. Do I have enough juice? No. Not enough juice. Ooh, we got another accessory. We accessorizing like a mofo over here. There we go. Now they're working out. We got any shiny shinies on the ground yet? Why is this not lighting up? That should be lighting up. Something's off with my loot filter for accessories. Well, here, I guess I don't think we're in danger of anything. We can fix it while the wave is running. That looks fine. I guess I could do always include accessories. Oh, well, there shouldn't be an element on accessories. But let me double check. Nah. Still not showing up. It may just be a bug. We can look and see if that gets looted. It won't really be out anything. We'll look at the end of the wave and see if those bad boys get looted. Alright, let's see. We're looking for... Where'd they go? Royal wristlets. Let's see. Yeah, they got looted. So that's just a visual bug. What's up, Whoops? We're in insane mode right now. So we got to get to level 60 to unlock Nightmare. Which will probably take this entire run and maybe like a wave 20 start or something too. Wish they'd do away with the level requirements. Well, I mean, it's way better than it used to be. They did adjust them. It used to be way worse. The real grind is getting from Nightmare to Massacre. Going from Insane to Nightmare isn't really too bad as far as the level. Getting from Insane to Massacre, or Nightmare to Massacre, though, can be a little bit grindy. Because, of course, once you hit level 70, you're at that wall. How's my inventory holding up? I gotta get a set on my Huntress. Not really seeing any purple drops yet. There's a couple on the map. Let me see. Is there any 2 stat items? Yep. Ooh. That's a snazzy one. I'm just going to let this stuff auto-loot for now. I'll wait until I get... What are we at? We're at wave 9. I'll wait until wave 15, and then I'll do a loot check, assuming I survive that long. Which, by the looks of things right now, shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, loot. We're starting to get a little bit more loot in the bag. They got a little more health now, but I feel like I'm doing enough damage where I can actually contribute. So, makes a big, big difference killing those ogres. Going on there, Tox? Yeah, always nice having a reason to jump back into any of the Dungeon Defenders games, really. Yeah, there's some known bugs with Playverse right now, Lazy. They're working on it. They're going to get an update out when they can. Well, as soon as they get the issue resolved. So it'll likely be like within the next week. But there was a lot of false hacker flags that went out. There's issues right now with multiplayer anyway, even without the hacker flag. So you're better off playing by yourself at the moment. Playing some Orcs Must Die Death Trap. Nice. It's definitely a fun one. Yeah, nothing to worry about. If you got flagged and you definitely never did any duping or anything like that, it will get resolved. Just kind of have to wait for the updates to hit. Getting lots and lots of purple stuff. Yes, we are. We getting some shinies dropping now. Like I said, I'll go to wave 15 and then look through the loot. Getting a bunch of range on my wisps will be huge. Yeah, I have no idea. It's just something with Playverse and their back-end system. There will be some learning experiences with that stuff. You know, even as they become more and more comfortable with Unreal and making changes to the game itself, the Playverse system for the back end is an entirely different thing altogether. I guess I can die. Well, it definitely can't be that, or everyone would get tagged. I mean, it might be that, but then everyone would get flagged because everyone has at least one, right? I haven't even looked to see if I'm hacker flagged or not. I should try later on my main account. I haven't tried to join up with anybody. I do want to get over to playing on my main account. Like I said, I want to... Here's the thing I'm curious about. Like, they put those golden pets in at 100. They're not fusion pets. But they said that the scaling is higher on them to make up for not doing double damage to rifted enemies. So, like, I am really, really itching to... Like, I found a decent golden prop cat last night. I really want to find that image. Let me look real quick again while this is running. You'd think I'd be able to find it here. Where the hell did I put it? Ooh, I think I found it. Let's see. Here it is. That guy right there. I found that last night. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. But I'm very curious. I'm very curious what, like, a bomber, you know, a little bomber or whatever would do if it's golden, because it should have increased stats. That, and with the increased stats on it, you know, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work out. But with the increased stats on it, that's going to make your overall damage output more too, right? I'm not sure. We'll have to farm one to figure it all out. Is everything upgraded there? Well, I've only got 200 mana left. Just let it fly. Yeah, damage is starting to fall off a little bit now. But I'm not going to upgrade the weapon until I, like, go as far as I can. I'd actually love to be able to hold out until Nightmare to upgrade another weapon. Just to save the gold. See, just hit level 74. Not really sure what map I should be farming for mythical gear. You know, I would love to have an answer for you, Dean, but I do not know in the current state of the game. There's been a lot of updates to the game in that regard. I'm not really sure. Who would know 100% for certain? I don't know if you're familiar with the DD RNG Discord server. Those guys are absolute experts there. Ooh. Almost wrecked again. In previous states of the game, you'd want to do one of the Eternia Crystals maps, like well, any of the Eternia Crystals DLC maps would be the one to grind. Whoop says you can do first wave of Nightmare Endless Spires to get some intro mythical gear. Yeah, the DD RNG Discord server, though, those guys are complete pros. I mean, they know the game inside and out. I'm a little out of the loop with DD1 these days. To be honest with you, you're very, very likely just to be able to find a survival map or whatever running that they would let you hop into. Unless you want to, you don't want to, to get any help from anyone. I think in 2025, though, you'd be very, very likely just to be able to join a survival map and kind of get a carry and get some intro gear. The graphics are actually way better than DD2. It's the art style that is a downgrade. If you actually look at like the textures and the available lighting and all that stuff, the graphics themselves are way, way, way better than DD2. It's just the art style in DD2 is much prettier. There's no current plan to upgrade consoles. Remember, this is a community update, not a chromatic update. So this is like the beginning. It's their biggest mistake in DDA, besides all the other obvious mistakes they made about DDA. When they first announced the game right out of the gates, people said they hated the character models. And the powers that be at the time at Chromatic completely ignored the feedback, and in fact, bullshitted feedback, and said that people were saying that they loved the art style and they loved the character models, when there was literally like thousands of people saying this all looks terrible. What should have happened is they should have Sonic the Hedgehog'd it. You guys remember when Sonic was first being talked about and they put out the images of what Sonic the movie was going to look like, and everybody was like, what the fuck is this? Pardon my language, but and then they went back and they changed it. That's exactly what should have happened for DDA. They should have instantly trashed all of the character models they had and went back and changed them. But they didn't do that. Instead, they pretended like people loved it and just went about their business. It was one of the large mistakes right out of the gates from poor management. They do work for CDT, for Chromatic, in a legal aspect of they have to be Chromatic employees to get access to the developer kit legally from Unreal. You can't just hand Unreal development kits for a published game out to non-employees. But they're not Chromatic people. They're not getting paid real money. You know, they're jumping through the legal hoops. It's not an official Chromatic update. I don't know how they did it, but I do know that legally you can't give out Unreal development kits in the current state of the world without it being an employee. So I would assume they're getting paid $1 a month or something like that. No, there's no minimum wage over the internet. It's the legal stuff, you know. Spartan's a full-time employee. He's not community development team. I think he started from the DD1 CDT. Not sure on that one, but Spartan's a full-on Chromatic employee. But I mean, that's between Chromatic and them, you know. If it wasn't a community development team update, then they wouldn't have called them the community development team. They just have to jump through the legal hoops to give them access to the UDK. It would definitely be low enough where you can safely call them unpaid. They're not paying any bills. They're not even eating meals off of what they make from Chromatic. It's just they're doing it out of their love of the game, not for pay. You know. I don't think we can do any more upgrades here. This is royalty-free music from a YouTube channel called Technoaxe. Since I'm on YouTube and Twitch, I can't use copyrighted music at all. I mean, I could play the Dungeon Defenders music, but because I'm licensed to do that. But the Dungeon Defenders music it's all really good. But I've just heard it all so many millions of times. And it's so repetitive. But yeah, if you look up Technoaxe, it's a YouTube channel. Dude is actually, he takes his copyright, royalty-free stuff very seriously. Like if I ever get a copyright strike due to one of his songs, he will directly get involved as the creator of the music with making sure that the copyright strike gets removed. He's, like I said, he takes that stuff very seriously. Anyone that's ever looking for any royalty-free music, I can definitely strongly suggest him. That, and it's not like, you know, a bunch of AI-generated stuff from a corporation. He's a real musician. Creates all the music himself. Yep, that's him. Techno X. Yeah, F. Sheen, the composer for Dungeon Defenders music, is a guy named Afshin, Afshin. Dude is incredible. I mean, the music he created is amazing. It's up to you. A lot of the changes affected early game, so if you want to experience the early game changes, you can do that, but there's nothing wrong. I would keep your old save file so you can go back to it. Like, what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to go play through to, like, probably Nightmare mode, experience the changes, and then swap back over to my main save and play some of that stuff. Yeah, multiplayer is going to be borked for a while. Being a playverse issue, I imagine it's probably going to be quite irritating to track down the problems. I believe Spartan is working on it, and he's pro tier with that stuff, so he'll get it dialed in. Or play Fab, pardon me. Old habits die hard. You guys know what I'm talking about, though. It's Microsoft's back-end system. I would guess there will probably be a hot fix for it, like early next week or something, would be my guess. Well, Play Fab is a lot better than Playverse. Playverse was actually created by Trendy. That's a Trendy-owned company. Their goal there was to create a back-end system that could be sold to other companies to use to make their games. And it was so bad, nobody bought it. There's actually one other game outside of Dungeon Defenders games that have it. Or there was one other game. I doubt that that game is still online. But yeah, Playverse was like a back-end system created by Trendy for DD2. They used it in DDE as well as kind of like a testing ground for DD2. And the intention there was an additional profit center, so to speak, or additional profitability, where they could sell that back-end system to other companies looking to create a game that needed online connectivity. But it ended up being Garbo, so nobody bought it. I'm surprised it's actually been able to keep up and do what it's done for DD2 over all these years. I'm sure that it's taken many, many acts of God for them to keep that operational. All right, we're getting a lot of purple gear now. Wave 15 will definitely go through and do gear upgrades. Tell you what, though, I have got to get a drink and use the bathroom, so I'm going to suicide. Give you guys a nice scenic view about what's going on. Well, that's Amazon, their price they're paying to like Amazon Web Services. It's server costs. But yeah, like $10K a month. It's pricey, not cheap for sure. Anyway, give me just a minute, y'all, and I will be right back here. All right, I am back. Sorry about that. I am back on the coffee, y'all. Well, that's why they were removed. I don't think there's been... I mean, there's a lot of delusional folks in the DD2 world, but anyone that thought the servers were ever going to come back, the EU and West servers were ever going to come back for DD2, or just don't understand reality. I mean, it makes perfect sense. There's not enough players to warrant that many servers. Juice bags was actually a casino term. I was a long-time casino employee before I started YouTube. Alright, where are we at? Wave 15. Let's complete this one, and then we'll do a loot check. But I mean, so far, this has been pretty smooth sailing. Hopefully I got some nice 2-stat gear. Get our reflecting going. Get some proper reflectage. We're still getting through the ogres. The weapon is, the amount of damage I'm doing is definitely starting to fall off a little bit, but we're still getting them. Enough where you can see their bar move when you shoot them. What's going on there, Corporal? How you doing? Yeah, I'm getting close. Like I said, after this wave, I'll do a loot check. Well, not gambler. I was the one taking the money, not the one losing it. I was a table games pit boss for 20 years. I was the guy taking the drunk people's money and then throwing them out when they got rude about it. Gets very tiring after a while dealing with drunk people. That is why I ended up stopping doing that. It's only fun when you're drunk too. And tough to keep a job that way. I mean, some people were super cool. There was definitely good nights and bad nights, you know? People don't grasp the fact that you're playing a game where statistically you're going to lose your money, and then you lose your money. You know? Don't gamble if you are looking at it as anything other than entertainment. And so many people get so deep into it that they end up looking at it as trying to pay their bills with it. And let me tell you, the beginner's luck thing, that is real. I mean, I know it's all just superstition and karma, But I cannot tell you how many people I saw that never gambled before that came into a casino for the first time and won a bunch of money. And then over the course of the next year, they gave all that money plus 10 times that amount of money back. Yeah, but the difference is I can ignore people who are going to argue over strategies and meta in a game. And I got a ban button. Or an ignore button. So I understand that it's a game, but a lot of people don't, and there's a lot of douchebaggery in every game, particularly free-to-play games. So there's no shortage of complete fucking brain-dead idiots who think they got a huge dick, but can't get a friend in real life. Pardon my terminology. There's no shortage of those folks in the world, sadly. All right. Let's see if there's anything super shiny. That rock I'm not concerned about. Well, I mean, that's a badass piece right there. I'm just, you know, it's such huge stat, but that 30% movement speed is more than I care to deal with. All right. Yeah, we still had room, but let's go through and check all the loot, and then I need to get my hunters squared away too. Not one militia piece? How could there not have been one militia piece? It doesn't seem accurate. Do I have something weird going on here? Oh. That's weird. Something came unchecked there for some reason. What the hell? Looks like a bunch of my stuff got screwed. Ancient. Guard. Oh, this is what happened. I'm not sure how that all got toggled, but... that is so weird. It probably from logging back and forth to my main save last night to now something got janked. Yeah, that's more like it. Alright, so the main thing we're concerned about is power. Rate being a second decent thing. Let's sort by item power. Let's sort by item power everywhere, actually. Alright, here we go. Power and range. Range isn't doing anything for me. More power and range. I mean, it's 1 point of power increase, so I guess we'll take that. That's 30 power there. We'll take that over the range that doesn't do anything. It's 30 power there, too. Yeah, we're getting fat upgrades here. 28 power. We'll take that. Want to get some 2 stat stuff going, but on the same note, power and range. I mean, that's more power, but the range doesn't do anything. And then we got points here. And we want Guardian's Grace and then Fort. We got 23 Fort on that one. There's 29 Fort. We'll take it. That as good as we're going to get there for now. Let's see. Do we have any fort accessories? We do not. Oh man, that would be such a nice piece, but it's plague defense. So we don't have a whole lot of 2 stat pieces yet. I was thinking there was going to be more 2 stats items here. Not quite yet. Alright, let's just go. You know what? Screw it. Let's go into range again. The EV we already did. Mr. Monk. Fort and range is all we really care about here. Some range would be nice, but we're not going to get... We just don't have the 2 stat stuff. Not quite yet. We certainly have something here. Range and rate, power and range, and let's just go with these range ones. Continue to go into range there. Now here, like, do you take that piece for the 20 range? I feel like you do. Same thing there. I mean, we lose a little bit of rate, but we gain all that range. Just go power there. Alright, and then we need to give the Huntress a set of gear. We either want to go Ancient or Guard, I think. What do we got more of? We got more Ancient gear. Let's go Ancient. I'm going to go Ancient Authority. That's good enough. Range and rate, power and range. I guess let's take that. And then now we can do something with this. We don't need to stack all that in there. In fact, let's just stack it all into range for a gas trap. We're going to want some rate on there eventually, but I can hold off on that until I get 2 stat things. Alright. Then let's just get rid of all this stuff. Do we have some kind of filter here? That is so weird. I think I uncheck everything here, right? Make sure I don't have anything set here on the Everything tab. There we go. There it is. Now everything's gone. All right. All right, I think everything is full upped. Theoden, thank you so much, man. 79 months. Wow. Couple of upgrades there, and then now we just let it fly and go as far as we can. The scaling should start to really pick up. I figure we got enough, or I likely have enough inventory space to make it through. Oh yeah, we're doing nice damage now. I probably have enough inventory space to make it to the end. Yeah, if you hit, if you show the more detail on your set pieces, Max, it shows you what the set bonus gives you. And with the sub on Twitch as well. Thanks a ton, Tatum. I think we're just in grind mode. And what do we need? We need level 60 for Nightmare. We'll have to look and see how much we're getting here. We're like, what, almost 3/4 of a circle? Not quite. Of 49. Let's see how much XP we get for this wave. It'll keep going up, of course. The most will be 20 to 25. Going good, man. Going good. Oh, I need to make sure I change that. Good call. I don't think I changed it yet. Let me see. Let's get rid of those. And we'll get rid of those. That will certainly save the old inventory. Yeah, there's a community development team update. There's a CDT is community development team. There's a video on my channel, YouTube channel, going through all the patch notes and everything. And I think there should be a link to the patch notes in the description if you want to look through them. The patch notes are a bit of a train wreck with their wall of text and formatting, but still get you all the information. Well, I mean, the devs are the ones who empowered the community development team to do the updates. So without Chromatic, the CDT wouldn't have never happened. The game was a failure. It didn't make money. So, I mean, yeah, they abandoned the game. Or you could say it was a business that was losing money, so they shut it down. Depending on how you want to word it. Non-profitable businesses usually don't stay alive for very long, you know? They stay alive until you run out of money. Alright, so I guess it's not level 50. I don't remember what level it is for the last upgrade. I thought, for some reason, I was thinking it was level 50. But maybe it's 60. Yeah, everything is upgraded. I think the new game has changed quite a bit. We'll have to see more information, but if you look at the teasers that Payman published, it seems like it maybe it's going to be a third-person view now instead of an isometric view. I'm not sure. Payman, either that or Payman just, yeah, for DOE. Payman posted a screenshot that, I don't know if it was a teaser or him just messing around in the engine. But he posted a screenshot that was in third-person view. We'll have to wait to hear more info. Which he said that he wants to, he just said like yesterday or whatever that he wanted to get a playtest running as soon as he can. So I would expect there to be like a playtest by the end of the year. No. The game's not, the game's going to launch into early access first. It won't actually 1.0 release, I would guess. I mean, unless they just say fuck it and put together a shitty product, they're not going to 1.0 that game for like at least a year, maybe 2. My guess is maybe to meet the goals they had set on Kickstarter, they'll maybe do an alpha or something like that and give access to it. But I'm just guessing. I had no clue. But yeah, the game will launch into early access before it 1.0s. I mean, it takes a long time to make a game. Any game that gets made in 6 months, other than, some anomaly like Megabonk or Vampire... Well, Vampire Survivors, the guy took a couple years, but anything that gets made in 6 months is mostly going to be a hunk of shit. It's not going to be a good game. It takes longer to make a game. Almost no one does, to be honest. Other than games that are actually already... That's kind of become the meta now for actually publishers. I'm not going to call them out, but there's one particular publisher where I really, really like a lot of the games that they publish. But they've started their own little internal meta of the game is ready for early access launch or whatever. And instead of just launching it and generating income, they do Kickstarter for every single game that they publish. And I think that's just horseshit. It's a publisher's job to provide financing for a game. It's not a publisher's job to run a Kickstarter to make a bunch of money off of a game. But, times are changing. Times are definitely a-changin'. Well, the problem is for every 10,000 megabonks that come out, there's one game that's a megabonk. I mean, there's lots of games like that get relaunched. But, so few of them take off and sell 1 million copies or whatever. What, you got like Vampire Survivors, Mega Bonk, Escape Simulator 2. I haven't seen that one yet. And then there's legendary games that were like that too, that went crazy big, like Terraria, Stardew Valley, you know? And those games are multi-million-dollar companies now with, you know, just crazy amounts of success with them. You know, Terraria was a husband-wife team. Stardew, of course, was a solo developer, single developer that made it. And I mean, I can't even tell you how many millions of copies those games sold because they're just so good. Got that 7 Days to Die Blood Moons, which launches soon, which I think that the PvP aspect of it is, personally, it's not going to be my favorite type of game. But I think the PvE side of it might be fun. I'm a big 7 Days to Die fan, of course, so I'm kind of biased going into it. And we still got enough damage to melt little guys. We can chonk on ogres too, but the wisp range is getting a little better. It's just, I just need to find more of those 2-stat pieces. What's up, Sith Phil? The online play issue will probably be resolved within the, or at least approved upon within like the next week. Since it's a community development project from volunteers, it's, you know, there's no saying of how often updates will be. It's 2 guys in their free time, you know. Starting to get hit a lot harder too. Right, we're good on inventory. Oh yeah, 34. We're getting a lot more purple drops. I mean, by the end of the map, we theoretically could see a transcendent piece. Cytek's Heart Guard. Oh man, I'll have to keep that just for Cytek's sake. All right, yeah, the damage has fallen off quite a bit on the ogres for my personal damage anyway. But luckily our wisps are scaled up fairly decently now. Doing 3,400 per projectile is no longer putting a dent in ogres at all. That's all right. We'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, we actually could do some tower boosting now. probably boost this group right here, and I've got that 3-target range gemstone. Oh, Transcendent has been removed. Wow. All right, so we won't be seeing any Transcendent drops. I don't know why they would remove an entire tier of gear. But I'm sure they have a reason for it. Oh, the passives for trans gear were removed. Okay. I can't imagine they would remove an entire tier of gear. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, they've got a reason for everything they did. Needs ultimate 420++ gear? Hell yeah. Yeah, so that's the passive rolls have been removed. For everything below Transcendent, which, you know, I understand that, and, you know, as we're seeing right here with what I'm doing, it's still a pretty smooth experience. But I also know the exact path to take, too. I was gonna say, that's, you know, I don't know why they would remove an entire tier. Well, if there's going to be any Transcendent gear that drops, it would probably start dropping around now, because we're on wave 20. I mean, it's not going to be super, you know, not going to be very common at all. Oh, shoot, I forgot to look at my XP. Well, here we go. We're halfway through 52. See if I can remember by the time the wave is over. Got to kind of estimate what it's going to take to get to 60. So you got your starter all dialed in for tomorrow, there, SciTech? Or are you going to start tomorrow? PoE, there's always, particularly having friends that play, there's always a big benefit to not starting right away. Start on day 2 or whatever, and you got a homie that gives you like 10 chaos or something, which is just nothing for them at that point. But it goes so far as a starter. They've got another game they're working on, Defenders of Etheria, but it's not a Dungeon Defenders game. So there's nothing new in the works right now. I mean, there's updates for DD1, DD2, and DDA. The 1.0 launch date will likely be at some point at the end of 2026 or whatever. And then an early access launch date will come earlier. That kinetic rain looks really cool. Your starter's so good it won't get past the campaign. That's the struggle, man. And it takes so much very, very irritating practice to get good at it that I've, like, never got good at running the PoE campaign. But, I mean, there's people that just absolutely blast it. Me, it's normally like a 6 to 8 hour ordeal. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, they're grinder games, you know, so it's not right for everyone. Yeah, C11 is the next DD2 update. We don't know when that's going to come yet. Their goal was to get it released before the holidays, so like early December or whatever. But we don't have a confirmation if that's going to be realistic yet. That's my inventory space, 57 to 200. I think we'll probably be able to make it. I don't know why I'm still collecting mana. $1.3 million, and I'm doing 4K a hit. Better than nothing, I guess, but definitely qualifies as tickle damage at this point, I think. Just a little tickle. This update, there's a bunch of golden pets, but it was mainly kind of like an introductory update to get the community development team for them to learn the systems and everything. Takes you like 3 days. I mean, the 6 to 8 hours, I'm talking in game time. In that 6 to 8 hours, I will take many, many long hour breaks complaining about how much I hate the campaign. So I likely won't finish it until like it'll be 2 days before it's done. I am not a big fan of PoE's campaign. And I know there's people that have got it down to like an art form that can blast it in like 3 hours. That is not me, and I hate it so much. I have no intention of practicing it to get good enough to do that. PoE, I love the end game. I absolutely hate the lore. I hate the story. I hate the campaign. I hate all that shit. But the end game is good enough, and I have enough fun in the end game where it's worth torturing myself through the start to get there. But there will be much complaining. It's why I don't stream the PoE starts very much. The last thing I want to do is do a live stream and sit there and bitch the whole time. You know? But yeah, I am not a fan of the PoE campaign by any means. In fact, the campaign in any ARPGs, the only one I really enjoy is Last Epoch. And it's not that I necessarily enjoy that, it's just it doesn't feel like you're torturing yourself with constant irritation to get through it. Spent 64 hours in the campaign, oh man. Oof. All that might be fun to watch. Oh, I'll do the 7 Days to Die and let you kill me over and over and over and over again with Twitch integration with unbeatable shit that you know is just going to insta-kill me. And I'll complain about that. I'll give you that satisfaction at least. There is our 68. Yeah, I think we'll make it to the end. We're looting a lot of stuff now per wave. We got Twitch integration with DDA, but for these fresh starts, I don't want to use it. I don't remember the Twitch integration, how rough it is. I remember like there was one for spawning demon. You could spawn the Demon Lord, which that one depended on the map. Sometimes it was like a non-issue, and other times it was a real deal breaker. Yeah, games like that, there's a lot of distractions there, Celico, for sure. Oh yeah, there was Lose DU. And that whole system never really got fleshed out really very far. I don't imagine it will, to be honest. It would be a waste of time at this point to really make a bunch of changes to it. It doesn't do enough for the players. Shit, man, and I keep forgetting to check how much XP I'm getting. See if I can remember this time. We're 54 and a quarter. Most of the XP comes at the end of the wave, of course. I want to be able to guesstimate where to restart after this one to know how long it's going to take to get to 60. Ooh, slapped. I took 36,000 damage there. Yep, I am one tappable again for sure. I think I need to stay alive to get the XP, don't I? Or am I going to get the XP? I don't remember. We got a full level. Wasn't I 54 and a quarter? And now we're at 55 and a quarter? Or is that not right? We'll check it again. We're at like 55 and a quarter. Almost. Maleficus, do you remember when what level the last upgrade comes? I can't remember what level you get it. That's shiny. Level 60. Bobby 5557. All right. One full level and a tickle. That Cytek's heart's gonna carry me. Oh wow, they are stacking up. The ogre wasn't dying very fast, I guess, so the trash mob's all stacked. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream it or not, Uzar. Like I said, I absolutely hate the campaign for PoE. I'm definitely going to play it, but I don't know if I'm going to start right when the league starts. I don't want to sit in a queue or anything like that. And I'm not sure if I'm going to stream it yet, because all I'm going to do is bitch about how much I hate the campaign the entire time. So I'm not sure. That, and I mean the server stability, with PoE, I enjoy it, but I don't feel like I absolutely must play the second the new league starts. You know, like a lot of people will be having trouble getting to sleep tonight, like tomorrow's Christmas morning or something. I definitely don't fall into that category, although I do love the game. That's fair, Whoops. That's very fair. Oh, I got no shame there. I will die a bazillion times. You know I refuse to look at resistances until end game. I will not look at resistances in the campaign in any ARPG I play. So I don't even try to hide that fact. There will be many, many deaths. There will be lots of running back into Katava's room after getting one-tapped by chaos damage, and I'm at negative 40 chaos resistance. That's just going to be part of the deal. Chaos damage? Hey, no problem. We're only at negative 40%. Chaos resist shouldn't be an issue. As far as sweaty EPing factor, that's the worst thing that happened to me when I stopped playing hardcore in ARPGs, is I just don't give a shit how many times I die. You know? Go Elementalist for Chaos Immunity. That new Planet Crafter thing is coming soon. I don't remember the date on it. Yeah, it looks like we got a little over a level. So figure I might be able to just do a wave 23 start or a wave 22 start or whatever and get to 60 to unlock Nightmare. I only died 921 times in 73 hours. Even I didn't die 921 times, Aramir. Is there a slash deaths in Torchlight? Can you look and see how many times you've died on a character? I'm curious now. I know I've died a bunch, but I don't know how many times. It's in the other tab. I'll have to look and see. I bet on my Thea 3 I died 100 times at least. November 16th on the Planet Crafter update. Want to see if we can't organize some extremely painful co-op playthrough with you and SciTech there, Uzar. 17th. They're different games. They're both really good games, worth playing or worth checking out. Some people like DD2 more, some people like DDA more. Better is a very relative term. You'll get more gameplay hours out of DD2 than you will DDA, but you still get plenty. I mean, I've got like 3,000 hours or whatever in the game. I don't even know how many. Let me see. I'm coming up on 4,000. I got 3,958.6 hours in DDA. Didn't realize it was that much. But, I mean, you can easily put 1,000 hours into DD2. In DDA, it's a little tougher. You got to really be focused on min-maxing to get to 1,000 hours. If you like grind and you like min-maxing, any Dungeon Defenders game is going to be great for you. Oh, no! Jumped right into it. I had fun playing DDE when it was out, but like in comparison, I've got thousands of hours into DD1. I got thousands of hours into DD2. I got thousands of hours into DDA. I think I have like 500 hours in DDE. It just wasn't enough. I mean, it was literally, they were honest at the time. Their community manager, Isom, at the time said straight up, this game is a way for us to test the playverse system for DD2 and generate a little revenue. He straight up said it. Publicly on live stream, you know? How's the inventory coming? 124. I think we can go another wave. 57 and a half. So I think like a wave 22 starter or whatever will get the job done for sure. And hopefully I have some gear upgrades, so I'll be a little bit juicier. It's not good. I haven't. My doctor's appointment actually got moved back. It's like, when is it? I don't even know. It's November 14th at 3:45 p.m. I go in for my next test, and it will basically determine whether or not I have to have another surgery or have my right kidney completely removed. The thing is you can get a lot of... I'm trying to stay optimistic, of course, but... like, after you have a kidney surgery like I had, you can get some false positives on blood tests because your kidney is still healing and, you know, recovering. And, like, part of the surgery was a... what's it called? An artery embolization, where they basically block your arteries go into your kidney to decrease the blood flow, which makes your kidney shrink in size. And it takes like 6 months or whatever for that to really take full effect. So you can get false positives on a blood test or whatever showing that your kidneys are not functioning properly. So I'm hoping that that's the case and everything's going to be wonderful and I'm going to live another 100 years. But we'll find out. It kind of depends on the defense, Viral. Like, you can get defense rate off of gear, primal set of gear. But like rate and range, both the returns really start to fall off after past like even 25 points, and then like 50 points, they fall off even harder, the amount of value you get out of it. So, I mean, ideally, in a perfect world, you get all the rate you need from your gear, and you never have to put points into rate. And then there's some things like lightning towers that actually scale better with rate than they do with power. But for the most part, play around with your stuff early and put, like, you know, a few points here, a few points there, or whatever. But you always want to prioritize power. And then eventually get to a point where you can just pull all of your points out and put all of them into power. That was way too easy for a first insane run. We got us a fatty giraffe. That will thicken up the old EV a bit. Let's see, I'm at 1100 health. Up to 1964. I mean, I'm still going to get one shot in later waves, but that wasn't too bad. So let's go back out, deal with the loot, get some upgrades. And then pop into like a 22 or 23 start and get the level 60. Oh, shit. Fat. Welcome back there, Kragus. I'm going to take this other stuff just for the extra stat, even though I lose a little fort. I mean, until I start using Apprentice Towers, I'm going to keep dumping everything into Fort, but... Let's see, what about accessories? Power rate, I don't want to waste any of the accessories if they don't have Fort on them. Holy shit. Incredible. 4 statter. We need a chest. I think it's worth the range there. Now I can pull some points out of range and get my power back that way. And then what we got here? Power and range, range and rate. Power and rate. And we got points too. Where are we at? See, now I can pull some points out. Let's pull like 30 points out of there. And 30 points out of there. And dump those all into there. Fort power range. I mean, like I said, it's kind of worth taking just to get the other stats. The range doesn't do anything for me, though. And of course, I got range on everything. I mean, the range will help out when I start using, like, plasma defense or whatever, I guess. I think we take that and take the fort instead. Power and rate, that's hot. Power rate. I think that's fine. Just keep jacking power, since right now all we're doing is buff beams. What are we missing? Gloves and boots. Fort and range, that's hot. I think that is probably fine. And then we'll keep going full range for the moment. Once again, when we start using like electric R's or whatever, then we'll think about the other stuff. Oh man, I didn't leave any accessories for... Oh, that's all right. I feel like the range is a slightly better piece there. That one's a tough call. I'm going to keep the range. Range and rate. What do we need? A helmet. I think we'll just go with that. We'll equip that since we just don't have anything else. And then here, I think I'll leave these range points in for now. Wait till we're in some nightmare gear. And then that's our upgraded weapon. We could replace the weapon now, but I want to try to hold off as long as I can. See, we want something other than poison. Oh, geez. What? We'll just throw that in as a stat stick. Since that one's upgraded, I'm going to keep it. What do I got? I got 10 million, actually. I could upgrade another weapon. I could just blow the gold, upgrade both weapons, and then I'll be good with 2 elements. That's 5 mil to upgrade that one. Screw it, let's do it. We're going to make a bunch of gold anyway. Not quite enough. There we go. We can take it almost all the way up. Yep. We're probably on Massacre, huh? Yep. Let's see. And prepping for Nightmare, we'll go to Nightmare and look. Oh, I will definitely. That will definitely be what happens. Oh, I don't have Nightmare unlocked yet, so it's not going to display it here. See, 13k per projectile on the fire weapon, 14k on the poison weapon. I like it. That's a substantial increase. So let's just do the old see ya to the loot. And we got to get to level 60, so it's not going to take much. Let's go to... Let's just do a wave 23 start. Could be a little bit sketchy here, but we'll see how it goes. Give tips to make money in casino? Easy. Do not go to casino. That is the biggest tip anyone could ever give you about casino. Know that you are going to lose all your money. If you win money, consider yourself extremely lucky and do not go back because you will lose it. Do the same thing since it kind of worked. A little sketchy there on I'm gonna get it. Yeah, I can get it in there. Hopefully that leg sticking out doesn't cause me any problems. Where do we want this stuff? How many did I put over here? 6? Can't remember. All right. Better upgrade these. I got a feeling that back spider might be a little bit too close there. All right. Well, we got some extra power out of our weapon. So we should be able to kind of put a hurting on things. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of buggy stuff with the changes they've made so far. They'll get it all dialed in eventually. Probably with the, the hot fix that comes to fix like the multiplayer bug. I'm sure it will have other stuff in it too. It won't be just it. Spiders are firing. Hell, we in chill mode. I won't even need to finish the map. At the start of wave 25, I'm sure I'll be 60, but I'm going to do it anyway just to get the giraffe. And any potential drops, of course. Because Nightmare is going to be an entirely different enchilada. But if we can survive through to like wave 10 or 12 or whatever, gonna get some crazy upgrades. The fattest of the fatties. We'll want to add some other stuff in too. We're gonna need gas traps on every lane. And then I'm thinking either sludge launchers or blossoms. I want to get another character going, but it's going to be a grind to get to Massacre. I'm not even sure if I'll grind all the way to Massacre, because I do want to get in and play on my main account. You're okay to do something that may or may not do anything, but you're prepared to be disappointed? Well, I mean, that's a good way to look at things there, Casser. Ooh, there you go, there you go. Let's see. There you go, you've been VIP'd. It gave you a little diamond there. All right, gonna have to help on the wave start ogres for sure. Can I reach? Oh yeah. Can't reach that one from here. Yeah, I don't know why Twitch won't show the VIP badge for mods. It makes no sense to me. You'd think if anyone deserved a VIP badge, it would be mods, right? Oh, I'm doing 41k a tick with my laser beam. All right, level 60 is almost upon us. Have to see what the range is like with full upgrades on the buff beam and the wisps. Just remember that you only have to do through Summit to get the unlocks. And it doesn't matter what tier you do it on. So you can play through to Summit one time on medium mode and just blast through it. And that will give you the base unlocks to be able to jump in and do, you know, the higher difficulties, etc. I think the thing I'm most curious about now is as far as DPS pets go, is the golden pets. Because they're non-fusion pets, but they have higher damage scalars or something. So I'm curious to do a side-by-side comparison and see what they're like. All right, we level 60. Alright, let's see where these bad boys go out to now. Not much further. We just need to get some range stat going on them. Just need 3 stat pieces of gear. It's 13k on the fire damage. I think I want to use the poison one. Yeah, 14k on the poison. Get this bad boy finished up, collect another giraffe, and then we'll head to nightmare mode where the real pain will begin. I should have upgraded one of those miniguns or something. The DPS is not going to be as good, but it's the straight line projectile, so it'll be a lot easier to hit like copter ogres and stuff. And Jin, when I shoot at them now, I'm only going to hit like 1, maybe 2 projectiles are going to land. We just nuking them now. Yeah. There's some drops for Blood Moons. I'll definitely be streaming it. I'm going to be doing the PvE thing, though. I'm not going to be doing the queuing up for matches and sitting there waiting for matches to do the PvP portion. See our shiny new giraffe. Very nice. We'll put a shiny little giraffe there too. All right. So there we are. Level 61. Do another real quick gear check and then let's move on to Nightmare. A little bit more fort there. You know what? I'm not going to get anything. I can get some accessories. There's 10 fort. We did get points, however, though. Three extra rate and lose power. Yeah, screw it. Let's take it. We just need the higher tier. And let me just put my points in and go. The summoner gets a summoner hood. Perfect. Where are we at? Power, range, and rate. Let's just go power. And then I do need to look at homie's gear here. I want fort and range. Ta-da! All right. Do the old scrapperoo. And we can now go Nightmare. Oh, and we're back to hitting for 2,000. Oof. We won't be doing any DPS. We'll be repairing walls is what we'll be doing. Nightmare, here we come. Gonna go with a little different build here now. But we're gonna have to get some mana before we make it to any of that. In fact, I think I'll start off with the same type of setup. All right, here we go. Can we survive wave 1? We will find out soon enough. Stupid sharkin'. Stupid genies. Stupid spiders. Shit. And it's over. Unless that one wisp can kill everything that's left. No, it's just going to be over, huh? Is that wisp going to reach? Negative. All right. Maybe we just gas trap them. I mean, it's the, you know, it's definitely a scale up sort of thing. What do we do? We just got to survive this first wave. We got one more. Oh, there he is. All right. Didn't exactly get a truckload of mana there. Oops. Gonna have to rebuild all this stuff over and over, but we need to get far enough to where we get a little bit of mana. We're going to manual kill anything from this side. Yeah, we got some core coverage now, or close to it anyway. See if we can survive one more wave. This is very suspect. Well, we got the ogre down. All right, we're getting there. Yeah, we just need to get to a point where we can start getting those nightmare upgrades. All right, are we ready to move this stuff over yet? Let's do it. Yeah, they changed the slots of where things are. If you look on my YouTube channel, there's a link to the patch notes. Let's actually put them this way. Way I can hit those auras. All right, let's see. What kind of range do we have? Not very good range there. Sludge launcher range is not too terrible. Try something like that. Any more mana land? I don't believe, huh? Nope. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Baby steps. All right. Let me move that out just a little. Still going to be sketch for a few waves, even though I've got it built now. I think we might be over the hump. Now, the more upgrades we get in, the easier it'll all go. Never got a strength drain over on that side. This is definitely our weak side now. Purple drops in wave 4. I like it. I like it. Really need to get a few upgrades on these wisps. DD2 and DDA, the bees took a bit of a nerf. Still very usable in both games, but in DD2 the bees get overwhelmed right now by mob count. Still, like I said, still usable, but they do get overwhelmed. Yeah, they're different though. DD1, they're kind of low-key glorious. It's like a fountain of beeness spraying all over the place. Alright, we're killing ogres before they make it to the wall. That's a good place to be. Got crazy range going on these spiders right now compared to everything else. Getting some nice loot. Hit upgrades on the wisps to get the range. I guess I shouldn't be leaving mana on the ground, but Little sticker. After all the hours playing the game, I don't think I've seen all of the named ogres yet. I don't remember that one. I mean, not that I haven't seen it before, but I definitely don't remember it. Part of me wants to move this stuff back behind and go with a sludge launcher as well. Oh shit. Legendary gear. Oh my god. Just raining legendary gear. Yeah, there's a community development team for DDA now, like DD1, Rollin. Alright, do we just hit we're gonna have to pull purple off the loot filter here pretty soon. Ooh, shit. Oh, shit. Been stuck on Duckov the last few days. That's fair. God, man, if I could ignore this side, I would love to go tower boosting here. But I'm not sure I can ignore that side. I mean, we can try it for a wave to see. Let's see. %87 boost. Maybe I should pick a weapon up first. Just any weapon. What set bonus did I have on that? Inspired. There's a little bit of vitality. Oh, shit! Look at me go with the mythical pieces. Maybe I should go through the loot here. I didn't even see that piece drop. All right. Let's see how realistic this is going to be. Definitely hit like a truck. Part of me wants to go run the summit and get a better boost pad. Definitely hits really hard, even with the trash tier boost with no stat. I did put Nightmare, right? Yeah, we're on Nightmare. Well, we have to be. We've got Jin. I feel like if I was going to switch over to this booster, I should have upgraded a pole arm instead. I mean, we're getting some nice gear dropping. What do we do? How far do I go before I do a loot check? Let me check my inventory. We're at 55 of 200. What do you guys think? Do I try to go to wave 15 or do I do a loot check prior to that? Because I'll no doubt have some fatty upgrades. Let's just dump into this lane first. Uzar says 15. I feel like I go ahead and pull the purples off of the loot filter too. Yeah, like wave 12 to have enough mana to build it. I mean, I'll try to go to wave 15. I mean, right now it's going pretty smooth, so it will scale up and become harder and harder, but I think for the time being, it might be good. I mean, the upgrade should be really, really fat. No point in shooting anything. I'm not doing any damage to it. I gotta check that wall over there and see if the wall is taking any damage on the ignore lane. Look, we got wisp from over here going over there. So the range pad is definitely hitting them. The wall has not taken any damage. Let's do this. And that will save the inventory a little. Right now it is. Well, you see there, we got ogres actually making it almost to the wall now. So, I mean, every wave the ogres are going to get a little sketchier and a little sketchier until eventually I'm getting slapped on. I mean, I would love to say I think I'll complete this map, but I don't think that's super realistic. In 2 to 3 words, very little. If I could give you a few more words, it's the first community development team update, so it's extreme baby steps at this point while they learn the systems and everything. Man, it's definitely wrecking right now, though. There's a new update on the horizon, but it's not out yet for DD2. Their target date is early December before Christmas. So coming, but not quite here yet. Should definitely get some real nice upgrades here, though. I feel like the range boost is going to the sludge launcher and the 2 spiders. The spiders seem to be really getting out there. But then again, there's one wisp that keeps going over into that lane. So maybe it's a sludge launcher, a wisp, and a spider that's getting in. I got 3, I think it was 3 targets on this Pat. Oof. Nice being able to repair everything from right here. Or everything but the gas traps, anyway. All right, something's making it to the wall now. They're not making it very far, but they are making it there. Wave 12 anyway. We are getting it. We are getting it. Level 70. I hit the wall, the first wall for XP. That sludge launcher is hitting for 218,000. Actually, there was a 273 there. That's probably with a spider debuff. 218 without, 273 with, or something like that. With the tower boost, of course. Yeah, pretty smooth sailing here at the moment, though. Uh-oh. Dark Elf Warrior is starting to get a little more uppity. What's going on there, Sir Spoonie? How you doing, man? Farming some in Elite Dangerous. You know what? That's one game that I think I would really, really love. I actually have it, but I've never made time to play it. I like flying games though. I've always enjoyed like the Everspace games. I think I'd really like Elite Dangerous. Let's go ahead and get an upgrade out here. Let's get all this stuff a little bit. Oof. Kobold's making it to the wall. Ogres are still getting chonked on. Assuming, the lane's not getting overwhelmed by targets. I've never really heard anyone say anything negative about Elite Dangerous. In fact, everyone that I know that has talked to me about it has, like, encouraged me to play it. It's 110 now. Like the last chromatic update, or one of the last chromatic updates, like last year or whatever, brought it up to 110. No, they didn't reset accounts. They just did a bunch of changes to the early game, so I figured I would pop in and check it out. Big shakeup at YouTube. I haven't seen anything about that yet. What's the TLDR on that one there, SciTech? Oh, wow. Restructuring into 3 divisions? The restructuring kind of makes sense, depending on how they're going to do it into different divisions. I mean, that's kind of fair. You see so much AI crap on YouTube now. Like, if you just scroll through your natural YouTube feed, you're almost guaranteed to see like 50% AI videos. All right, we're at wave 15. How's the inventory looking? Let's go one more wave and then we'll do a loot check. My wife watches a lot of YouTube and she's just now starting to see, you know, before she would watch a video and not realize that it's an AI video, you know? And now she's starting to see the way a little bit with that and realizing exactly, you know, how much of what she's been watching has been AI generated. She likes putting on these super long, like 1 hour or 2 hour long videos that are going through like different conspiracy theories or alien stuff, or, you know, different like volcano trackers and all that kind of stuff. She loves watching that stuff, and she's like, particularly with that comet, there's so much AI stuff on YouTube now with that comet. Well, it's not even the intro outro stuff. The thing that people don't realize is a small YouTuber that's making, even like me, like my average video might make like maybe $1 over its lifetime, and then I'll have a couple of videos, like one out of every 100 or whatever, that will end up making like $10 or $15 over the course of its lifetime. But there's no chance I could afford to pay artists to make intro outros for me, or like thumbnails or whatever. So those, like, people that are using AI for that, they're using it as a tool for something they wouldn't otherwise have. It's not instead of, because the paying the artist is not the option, you know? I mean, just for an artist to make a thumbnail would probably cost me like $50. And I haven't had a video that's made $50 in years, you know? So I know the artist community and all that would all still frown upon that, but realism says I'm not in the market to pay an artist, period. So, like, I make all this stuff myself from Google Images and just playing around in Photoshop. But, you know, I wouldn't be able to afford to pay an artist for thumbnails or for an outro or intro or anything like that. My outro is actually years old now. It was made by a Dungeon Defenders community member, Wrecked. Any of y'all that remember Wrecked? He made my outro for me, like, I want to say like 7 or 8 years ago. I'm still using the same one. Because I'm just not in the market for another one. I can barely afford to eat. And I struggle to get bills paid. Have to, like, flop money around from different accounts and try not to max my credit cards and stuff like that just to pay my bills. So there's no chance I could afford to pay an artist. Even like an artist in like Indonesia that would work for 2 peanuts and a bit of pocket lint, I don't have 2 extra peanuts and some pocket lint for him. That's what a lot of people don't realize. They're not actually, like, you know, a small YouTuber that uses AI for thumbnails, they're not taking anything away from an artist. Because an artist wouldn't be getting anything from them without the AI. Just their thumbnails would suffer. I think a lot of people are coming to realize that, especially as more and more mainstream companies go to using more and more and more AI. With quality results. I realize there's plenty of slop AI out there. Oh shit, I never did a gear check. I probably should, huh? I snoozed right through it. Alright, let's see. Let's start off here. Good lord. Holy shitballs. Would you look at this? Come on. That's crazy. You know what? I'm skipping legendary gear altogether. Wow. I mean, good lord. The upgrades are so tremendous. We getting good accessories? Yeah, we are. Or we're getting better accessories anyway. Holy shit. Alright, well, we can definitely do this now. huge, absolutely huge upgrades. Hell yeah. We are there, y'all. We are there. I think I go with that just to pick up the range, huh? Wow. And that is the Leap to Nightmare. Holy crap, man. It's so good. And we can definitely do this as well. I mean, those are upgrades, but I guess I'll just take it. Crazy. I'm not even going to look at the weapons. Let me see if there's a better pole arm just laying around, though. I mean, that right there is better. And then let's clear it. That's tremendous. Look at my range now. Holy shit. Do we even want to keep mythical gear still? Yeah, we better keep mythical gear for the moment. crazy, crazy good. DDA with slow updates will make community come back again. The big step will be players' interaction for sure. I can tell you what it'll be. They said that they want to put in a higher difficulty and a higher tier of gear. That right there will bring a massive amount of players back. Not massive, but it'll bring a lot of players back. But that's also going to be a huge undertaking. It's not something they can just pump out, you know. It's going to take a long time for them to get to that. Understandably, you know. That's a big undertaking. Looking forward to Defenders of Etheria. Yeah, it should be fun. They said that there's going to be a playtest coming up relatively soon. I'll be anxious to check that out and see the direction the game went. Oh, I knew what you meant. Wow, it is melting fools now. Not many bullet hell-like games that are co-op, for sure. We already got that maxed. We'll just spam upgrades now. That's something to look at. You see, like in this situation here, I basically skipped legendary gear altogether. And if I remember back my last playthrough, I did the same thing and went right to mythical. From purple gear to other purple gear. So what do you do in that situation? I think what you do is you make legendary gear start dropping sooner. Especially considering they removed the passives on gear to gate the power a little bit early game. Making legendary gear drop a little bit sooner would allow people to get a little bit of that power back. And then still effectively use that tier. Would I count Contra as a bullet hell game? Do they count themselves as a bullet hell game? I don't think so. I don't know. When I think of bullet hells, I think of like Binding of Isaac. You got, you know, the genre itself is split up a little bit. You got roguelike, you got or roguelite and roguelike. If we just put those in one category, you got bullet hell, and then you got survivors like. And when I think of like a roguelike or roguelite, I think of either like Binding of Isaac, as far as on the roguelike end, something like Hades and Hades 2. Survivors like, of course, Vampire Survivors, or you know what, 60 minutes, what's the game called? 60 minutes until dawn or whatever. Defenders of Etheria, I think originally is supposed to be a Survivors like. Halls of Torment, Mega Bonk. Yeah, I mean, the genres have definitely just split. I mean, look at ARPG. Technically, a game like Borderlands is an ARPG. I don't consider Borderlands an ARPG in my own personal mind, but I take a more conventional view of ARPGs. Like, I consider like Diablo, Path of Exile, Last Epoch. I consider those games ARPGs. But in my own personal view, to me, that's an ARPG, where an ARPG doesn't have to be isometric view. But to me, I want it to be isometric view. If I'm going to play, if someone says to me, hey, you should check out this new ARPG, and I look at it and it's not isometric view, deep in my mind, I think it's not an ARPG. So, I mean, just the definitions of the different genres have definitely been broken up quite a bit. Same thing with just terms like early access, alpha, beta. They mean completely different things now. 15, 20 years ago, when someone said they're doing an alpha test of a game, it meant the game was mostly complete, it was not feature complete, and still had bugs. When someone said beta meant the game is feature complete, but still has bugs. And then early access meant you were being able to play the game a couple of days before launch, and the game is launch ready. Nowadays, it's all lumped into the early access state, and all it means is, here, give me some cash. Our game is not ready to launch yet, but I want to get paid right now. So give me some money. To me, that's what early access means. And it's different experiences. Like, I don't mind playing as long as the game is like mostly feature complete and is not just riddled with bugs. I personally don't dislike playing an early access game and kind of watching the game grow. I'm good with that. But I know a lot of people. I've got friends where they will not touch a game until it says 1.0. And, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that either. Look at our shit. I'm just blathering away and not even realize I'm at wave 20. Waiting for Space Engineers 2 to grow. I haven't played that one yet. The first one was really fun. The main one I'm looking forward to upcoming launch is definitely Moonlighter 2. I think I'm really going to like Moonlighter 2. Uh-oh, that is sneaking through, isn't it? God dang it. They put out, there's a PR company called Evolve PR that is handling Moonlighter 2. They put out an email saying, request for early access codes now available. I put in a request for it. I haven't heard back from them yet. But I'm wondering, does that mean early access launch? later in November, or does that mean I'll get to play it sooner? And once again, it comes around to not knowing the proper description of early access. All right, y'all, the coffee did me in, and I really got to pee, too. So I need to get a glass of water and take a leak. So I'm going to, well, you know what? I'll start the next wave and let it run. So we'll go through these last 100 and some mobs. Oh, you know damn well if I get to be able to play that game early, I'm going to rub it in, SciTech. I'll make sure to say, hey, SciTech, guess what I'm doing right now? I didn't finish it yet. I need to get in and finish it. All right. Let me grab the juice here, because there is still upgrades that need to be done. And then I'm going to hope I'm able to AFK through the wave, which I think I'll be able to. I'll leave my booster pet on here. Look at this. All mythical drops. Woo! Hell yeah. We have hit the big time. All right. Give me just a couple minutes, y'all. I'll be right back here. Hopefully I don't die. Right. I didn't die. Looks like nothing really got beat up either. Oh, those walls went untouched. Spawn Demon Lord, oh man. How about over here? The wall took like some incidental damage, it looks like. It may just be bad reflect beam placement. Alright, let's see what we're getting per level here now at 20, or per wave at 22. I think the thing to do after this one would be to switch to prom, but I gotta ask myself too, how much further do I want to keep playing? Because I really would rather just pop onto my main account and maybe farm a couple of the golden pets or something. It's the beginning there, Juicy Pimple. I mean, it's the first update it's had in like 18 months. But it's a community update, so it's very small as they learn the systems, etc. Learn how to use the different Unreal mods and the back end and everything else. So it's a start. What do you guys think? Do you guys want me to try to push to Massacre, or just call it an experience here and call it good? I mean, it's a very small update. It's up to you. If you have fun playing it last time you played it, why not? Why not play it? Uzlar says go to Massacre. Let's see what we get off of this level up. We're going to have to do... I feel like we moved to an Act 3 map and not do this one again. The XP is going to be way better. See what we get off this wave 22 here. Oh, like what, maybe 10% of a level? So yeah, we're definitely going to want to move to an Act 3 map to get a little more XP. Or we could all go all the way to, like, Unholy Catacombs. That's a thought, too. Or Unholy Catacombs. Foundries and Forges. Derp. Wrong game. Alright, looks like I finally got everything upgraded. I mean, the last time you played was since 2022. There's been major updates since then. So if you enjoyed it, why not pop in and check it out? I had to see how many maps I have to do to get it unlocked. But, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you already own the game, you're not out anything to pop in and check it out again. You know? you can only benefit from it. Get yourself a little entertainment. But since 2022, there's been multiple large updates to the game. Like an entire new boss difficulty system and I don't know how long it's been since I played it. Probably last year. When the last update hit, I'm sure I played it some. We don't really need any more mana. Might as well yoink this, just in case something gets blowed up. I haven't seen a Transcendent piece yet. You never know, I might get one here before it's over. The Lightning King's a tough fight. One of the challenges with it is there's a RNG factor on what lane the ogres come out of. And there's like that short lane over on the to the left of the map as you're looking out at the core. I don't remember if that's north, south, east, or west. But like if you were standing on the core looking out that short lane over to the left side, if the ogre comes there, it's just going to rush the core, which it can be a little challenging if you're not prepared for it. Ooh, the spiders. Gotta love the spiders. That was pretty much an easy clap for the first Nightmare map, though. I mean, I should wait and say that after it's over. But shy of me having some major Dark Elf Warrior derpage, I think it's pretty much in the bag. I don't know what the XP is like on Foundries and Forges either. I know that as far as Act 1, 2, and 3, Act 3 maps are going to give better XP. We'll get out of here and take a look at it after we get our shiny new giraffe. We're going to get a fatty too. Oh yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Did not get a trans piece at all. But god, man, there's mythical loot just everywhere. Got a mythical giraffe too. Good lord. That is absurd. Why does it not let me pick it up? That's weird. Oh, my inventory's full. Derp, that's a good reason. It's a damn fine reason. God dang it. I was hitting the Windows key instead of Control. Jesus, man, look at these upgrades. I'd really rather have 4 stat pieces. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to keep the 4 statter. I don't mind the 3 statter if it's power, range, and rate. Man, the upgrades are just incredible. Need to give up the range. There we go. That's Plague Defense. There's an Ancient Fort range and rate. Sure, why not? What's my range up to? 775. Crazy ups. All right. Now we can pick things up. That's just so absurd, man. We'll give him a giraffe. All right, well, let's get out of here. What time are we at? 4:15. Did we get any more crazy upgrades that were on the ground? Of course we did. Wow. Holy shit, look at that one. So huge, man. I mean, do I take that and go up 82 range? I think I do. No, I don't do Rifted until Massacre mode. The last thing I want to do is be trying to farm gear when I'm not at the end game tier yet. Just trash that stuff. Let's take a look and see what maps are available. See, the problem here is, what do we have to do to unlock that? I have to beat it on campaign first, right? Map is locked. Do I have to beat all of these before I can do that one? I don't remember. Let's see where, like, Yuletide Village is already unlocked. I'm not going to go through and play all of them. It's not any fun for me in that regard. I don't think the XP on this one is going to be that great, though. Just the mill? You need to beat the mill on campaign? I mean, you could do it on easy mode. That one's got the issue with the starting mana. Let me see. Let's run this one on easy mode and see what happens. All right, what do we get? Oh, we got 1,000 mana. What is it people were talking about? People were saying that you were only getting like 100 or 200 mana or something to start the map. I'm not sure. Maybe it's another map. We got backdoor flyers on this one, don't we? I don't know if we have them on this difficulty or not. Uh-oh, what happened? All my windows went crazy. Well, there we go. Hopefully the sludge doesn't clip on that post. We will find out soon enough. It shouldn't matter in this gear. Everything should just insta-die. But I just want to see if I get the unlock. Maybe it's survival where these maps are sketchy, where they've only got 200 starting mana or whatever. Oh, you played all the maps, didn't see any mana issues? I'm not sure what they were talking about then. People were telling me that there was a issue with the starting mana on these maps. Alright, I think that's probably fine. We can actually throw some spawn camper lightning auras or electric auras in and see if they do anything. No, it was yesterday. People were talking about it. But like I said, I'm not really sure exactly what they were talking about. They were just saying that this Axe maps, there was a problem with the starting mana. See if we can't get through these last waves a little quicker. Oh, we did lose a projectile into the post there. I have no idea. Like I said, I don't have enough information to know. But I mean, obviously, I didn't see a problem there. Getting the 1,000 starting mana. Pardon me. Everything dying at the spawn? Yep, even the ogres. Nightmare gear in medium mode. Give me my unlock. Here come the flyers now. Well, the wisps are well in range there. I can actually put something up for them here for the final wave. Actually, we only got one DU left. No big deal. I guess I could have just done that from right at the beginning and upgraded the buff beam or whatever. All right. Let's see what that did. All right, that definitely unlocked the mill there. But did it unlock it here? No. Do I have to play the map first? Is that the problem? I'm not sure if I need to play it first. Well, I mean, let's just try it. Oh, 1,000 mana. This might get it. The PDS in DDA is really, really good. Arguably better. Doesn't shoot through walls like in DD2. It requires line of sight. but pretty crazy good. This is medium here because I'm just trying to get the unlock. Other than farming for boss weapons, there's no real reason to do higher difficulties of campaign. Unless we end up needing it for the unlock. Basically, now I'm trying to break into massacre mode, so I get to, what is it level 80 or level 83 or whatever I need to get massacre unlocked? So just trying to find a good farm spot to collect up some levels. Good old Chungleberry. Oh, couldn't make it. I fail at the floor is lava. All right. Let's see what that did. There we go. So, yep, just needed to play it. I'm not sure if I got time to go through this one, but I'm going to go for it. And see what the XP is like, too. The Act 3 XP may be better. We'll have to find out. 1,000 mana here, too. See, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure exactly what the issue was or the thing people were not liking or something. Let's see how we want to do this. Would have liked to choose what your towers were. That's fair. I feel like it was kind of pointless to put that electric R in. It is going to get no action. Unless I sit here and tower boost. I feel like for wave 1, I shouldn't. Did put Nightmare, right? Yeah, okay. I guess you could, since you're just grinding here anyway, you could realistically sit in this map in Rifted mode. And then you're going to collect different types of gear. Because you got to do nothing but grind until 83 anyway. So you could get some fusion gear going just off of that, you know? Is that how we want to do that? Or do I just want to go one across? I feel like I should just go one across. And then throw like a gas trap or something down. I was hoping to hit the angles a little bit, but... Well, I mean, I could go like this for some additional protection. Let's just do that to spend all the DU. Definitely completely pointless putting that electric car here. I don't have anywhere near enough range for that. I mean, like I said, unless I sit on top of it with a booster, which actually, you know, why not? Let's sit on it with a booster and try to get some use out of that electric aura. Would probably be a good thing to go and do another summit run before Massacre 2 and get a better better boost pet, or even 2, and use a summoner. I would have to get that flash boost rune. Pretty sure I don't have that. Nah. Magus quarters. Well, that's the thing. I want to check the XP here in comparison and see which one is better. This would be a better target, particularly if you wanted to switch to Rifted mode now. This map would be a better target for that. But I don't know if you just are just straight looking at the XP grind. I'm not sure, you know, I'm not certain about that. Let's try to get in here. Well, we got a little bit more range, but it's not exactly a lot. The mini ogre rushing from DD1. I mean, there's really an enormous amount of things that they could bring from DD1 to make this a better game. There's a ridiculous amount of things, you know? Yeah, I'll definitely be streaming DD2 with the C11 update. Are we on the auras? It looks like we are. Yeah, I mean, quite a few people will stream the C11 update. I mean, it would be back to the grind. It's not going to be anywhere near as hard as what Wave 200 or Floor 950 or whatever is. It's not realistic. I mean, what? C8 is floor 99. C10 is what? Floor 680 or 670 or something like that. Figure Chaos 11 will be, you know, floor 900 difficulty or whatever. It's not meant to be. It's rated E for everyone entry-level tower defense game. It's not meant to be some extremely difficult type of thing. Got to realize that a large bulk of the player base are children. What's going on there, Ria? It's not the opposite. And if you believe that, you're crazy. It's a rated E for everyone game. There is an enormous amount of children that play the game. Yeah, there's a bunch of old folks too. I know a couple of 80-year-olds that play it. But there is a whole lot of kiddos that play it. It's it doesn't, that's not a cheap shot. It's what the game is. It's a rated E for everyone game. It's not a bad thing. Well, I mean, realize that the people that you run into is 5% or 2% or 3% or whatever of the people that play the game. You know? The people that are on the Discord server, although there's quite a few kiddos there, is 5% of the people that play the game. You know, it's a very, very small portion. The majority of people that play the game don't use Discord, you know? I mean, DD1 probably captures the largest percentage of overall players. Like, a large amount of DD1 players are in the DDRNG Discord server. But, I mean, none of that makes it a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, just, you gotta realize the game is what it is. You know, right now, as it stands, what, 5%, 10% of the player base actually just even make it to Chaos 10? It's an enormously small number. It's enormously smaller than what you think it is. Because I can tell you that the first time they told me, I was like, what? It was crazy. I remember the first time they told me numbers about DD2, and they asked me what I thought that the average player had made it to, and I told them like Chaos 7 or something like that, and they all started laughing at me. They're like, dude, you have no idea. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he tells me that at the time that like only 2% of the overall player base had made it past Chaos 2. It's like, what? Now, obviously, that was a while ago, so that number has likely gone up some. Because there hasn't been a bunch of new players. But yeah, it's not what you think it is. It's the same thing with the monetization. It's not what you think it is. What is supporting DD2 is not what you all think it is. Now, obviously, I can't say anything about that. But I will say it's not what you think it is. Nope. Nope. Used to be. There was a time where shards were the biggest revenue generator in DD2. What website? But, I mean, it's not something even if you guess right, I'm not going to say yes. But I can tell you that none of that stuff is what you think it is. Because I can tell you, it's not what I thought it was. And when I started getting information, my jaw dropped. You'll never guess. It's too stupid. All right, let's see what we get here. We're, what, 72 and 9/10 or whatever? Well, yeah, I mean, as far as how long people play the game, remember that the vast majority of gamers in the world, I'm not talking about DD2 players or Dungeon Defenders players in general. Well, I'm not going to tell you because it's all non-disclosure agreement information that I would get sued over giving the information from. So there's no point in even pursuing the conversation further. Like I said, I'll just tell you it's not what you think it is. And the people who talk about knowing the most about chromatic in the game, none of them have a fucking clue. Like, literally none of them. But anyway, just the gamers in general, the large majority of gamers, they play through games. They don't take a game and say, okay, I want to play this game for the next 4 years. They pick up a game, they play through the game. When they're done with the game, they're done with it, and they move on to a different game. Well, for a lot of people, that's just playing through the campaign. Like, they'll play through the campaign and say, oh, okay, cool. And they'll be done with it. I mean, a large amount of people. And, I mean, same thing there. There's nothing wrong with that. We all choose our own experience. What's fun for me may not be fun for you, and what's fun for you may not be fun for somebody else, you know? We all choose our own experience, and there's nothing wrong with it. And that's the nature of free-to-play games, too. I mean, people download them, check it out, and they uninstall. Go to the next one, download it, check it out, uninstall. It's very, very normal. My wife is a glaring example of that. Every month I have to go through and delete stuff off the Xbox that she downloaded and played for 3.5 minutes, and then decided she didn't like it and moved on. You know? The Xbox hard drive does not like her at all. We're going to have a talk about that, though, because previously we'd use the Game Pass, and I get the PC portion of the Game Pass for free because I'm an Xbox partner. But, man, they just jacked that price up. I don't think it's worth it anymore. And I'm not paying the full price, and I don't think it's worth it anymore. I mean, if you're like an achievement junkie, like Fisk or something like that, where you're going through and just chasing achievements only, then yeah, it's probably worth it, you know? Fisk is like 100%ed like 130 games in 2025 so far, or something like that. I don't remember exactly how many. He tracks it on Twitter. All right, it looks like we got about maybe 10% of a level there, but that's also a super low wave. See what we get for this one. Not even 10%. Is it 80 or 83 now? I remember it used to be 83, but I'm not sure what it is now. It's Unlock Massacre. Does anybody remember off the top of their head? I think it's still 83. It could be. I don't remember. I remember Phil made changes to it, but I don't remember exactly what he did. It's 80. Okay, so was reduced from 83 to 80. Gotcha. Oh man, we're getting zerged now. I feel like we'd be better off with another sludge launcher than that electric car. It just doesn't have enough range to do anything. Yeah, Nightmare was 70 and got reduced to 60. That's fair. Yeah, remove the need to do summit. I've completely forgotten about that. That's why I played through on medium, just assuming I would have to go do a summit on each tier, but completely forgot they removed that altogether. We might end up needing some gas traps here. We are getting kills down here. I don't know what is killing these guys. How am I getting kills down here? There's no way the old Aura's hitting anything down there. But, I mean, we've got stuff dying at the spawns. Are the wisps reaching that far? Maybe the wisps are reaching that far. I mean, they have to be. It's the only thing that it could be. Haven't played DDA in a while, saw the update, been playing DD2, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm gonna get really tore up here by Dark Elf Warriors pretty soon, I think. Might have to rethink this whole build. If I had the rune for the sludge launcher, it would make life a little bit better. Yeah, the player blade base in DDA fell through the floor. If you want to play the game with the most players, then play DD1. Dungeon Defenders 1 has the most players. In a super, super active community. They just always have a lot of stuff going on. There's like 3 or 4 different events all going right now in DD1. Like a cosplay contest, and there's like an official weekend event upcoming soon. There's just always lots of stuff going on. The community events team and the community development team do an incredible job keeping that super active. Hopefully, eventually, the same thing ends up happening with DDA, but the DD1 CDT has been in place for many, many, many years. So they got their stuff really, really dialed in. God, I should end up getting some crazy upgrades here too. Only 22, so we're not getting everything picked up. God dang it, man. I keep hitting the wrong button every time. I don't feel like this is going to make it all the way through to 25. I'm going to have to make some changes here. We get 8. If I got rid of the electric aura, that 2 DU, and that 1 DU, that would leave me 1 DU short of being able to put in 3 gas traps. I do think it would benefit from some gas traps here, though. Let's see, what do we want to do? Decisions. What is that? 8 DU. Well, one trigger. I mean, we could put it up front to trigger it. Let's do that, and then we'll make this so it protects a little bit better. Because they're going to throw at me. That leaves 2 DU left. What do we do with the 2? I'm not sure what I want to do with the 2. Kind of nothing, but all I got is immolation. I was hoping I had the shock beam. Healing aura is 2, but I don't really feel like I need a healing aura, is the thing. I just want to use the DU, though, just to get the XP bonus. I mean, the Dark Elf Warriors will set off the gas trap, I think. Yeah, they're not dying. This is definitely not going to hold up through 25 waves. There's no chance. We'll go until we lose anyway. We've got to get to level 80 before we can step it up to Massacre mode. What's up, Scars? First community development team update. It's a very small update, but they're just getting started on it. But DDA's got a community development team now. I think is the biggest news out of that whole deal. Which means there will be more to come. No, once again, they just getting started, so they're like learning how to use the engine, learning how to use the back end, etc. Gonna be a ways until there's stuff like that. They plan to get to that point, but it's gonna take some time to get there. I wish I had another boost pet. I would much rather, well, I keep forgetting I need the rune too before I can boost on the summoner. I feel like I'd get more out of using 2 range pets and boosting on the summoner than what I'm getting here. Steam's not loading. There was a bunch of changes to early game, and they added in golden pets at wave 100 survival. Is the TLDR. I feel like I might be better off DPSing. This is the community development team updates are PC only. So there's nothing new for Xbox, sadly. I'm hopefully going to be doing giveaways, which I'm going to try to gate to console players only to give away some DDA Steam keys. But I'm waiting to hear back from Chromatic. Just started playing DD2. Nice. God, man, the XP is just so slow going. Part of it is just getting to the point. Like, the further you progress, the more XP you get per wave. So once we get through, can just do like wave 20 starts or whatever and get the most XP. Got a couple of green runes on the ground. What do we got? Ooh, poison tip spears and divine absorption. Inventory's still holding up. 250 mil to unlock. Woof! Man, pricey. We'll definitely be holding off on unlocking those for a while. And to think that's only the green tier runes. Oh, would you die already? I feel like I need an explosive trap or something inside. You know what? I'm gonna redo some stuff. I feel like this could use some improvements here. All right, Scars, have a good one, man. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Man, I feel like Prom is a little bit more XP than this. Alright, these Dark Elf Warriors are going to cause problems, so let's deal with that. Let's get rid of one of those. And one of those. And let's go... get some splody booms in here. Where are we at? We're wave 15 now. Okay, here we go. This is a thought. We could do this. We're not going to be boosting anymore, but we'll be repairing. I feel like I want to give him a better giraffe. Who's got my best giraffe? Right there. And let's go with a DPS pet. We're not going to have... We don't have the boost. But what we will be able to do is repair everything. I don't have any mana regen, so I'm going to have to be very careful with where I use the boost. Then I'm not sitting there buried in the eye bleed either, trying to tower boost that those items. And then now I don't have to repair either, which is kind of nice. Flash heal covers it. Everything's getting rolled, though. But I definitely don't feel like this is very good XP. Like, I can't remember doing prom, and I think it was only, like... You'd run, like, one full prom, and then do, like, 2 Wave 20 starts or whatever. And we haven't even gone up 1 level yet, and we're at Wave 16 now. Oh, shoot. I don't have all of my DU being used. See. Just put a rando reflect beam in just to use the extra. Yeah, unless we just really start cracking off the levels here. I feel like prom may have been a better choice, but I know I did the math on all this stuff at some point. But I don't have any of that information anymore, and I can't remember what it was. Probably a old video or something. Ooh, ogre up there. Kind of weird that he wasn't aggro into that wall. I mean, we should get a little bit more and a little bit more every wave, but going 16 waves and not having 1 full level yet just kind of makes me wonder. Yeah, look, the ogre is aggroing to me, or to the core. He's not aggroing to that wall. That seems like a bug. I mean, it's a bug that's saving the day for me right now, so I'll take it, but it doesn't seem like that is how it should be. Or maybe he's aggroing to the root or something. I'm not sure what it's aggroing on. But it's definitely not aggro to that wall. You know, I feel like I'd be better off having 1 explosive trap and 3 gas traps, though. Instead of 3 explosives and 1 gas. I'm not going to bother changing it now, but I feel like that would have been the proper call. We should be close to having everything upgraded. I think everything's upgraded enough. We don't have to worry about this anymore. Still no transcendent pieces. Probably some fatty upgrades, though. Oh, really? Passives are getting reverted back? I think that's a good call. I understand them wanting to change that system, but I think they should have waited until the next tier of gear is in. Is it just going to Supremes, or is it going further than that? The reason being is, like, right now you want to encourage people to play, right? And someone who had some Supreme gear before, all the passives or just the Supremes? The other passives I don't feel like really need to be changed. Ooh. And that got beat down. Oh, all of them. Okay. I mean, when they do they get the next tier of loot in, then it doesn't affect anyone, you know? The problem, like with the current system, is there's no motivation for someone to grind the game that is a returning player. Like me, for example, on my main save, there is no piece of armor that I could get that would be as good as what I already have, because what I've got the Supremes with the 3 passives. So, I mean, I completely get the reasoning for why they wanted to change them. I think it's a good idea long term. But as far as, like, getting people to come back and play the game, you know, it takes away one of the grind. You have to manually pull your save file out and start a new one, Casser. There's a video pinned up above on how to kind of step-by-step walk through it. But you basically go to your local app data, pull out your save file, start a local game. That will create a new save file. And then log back out, go back into online, and then choose your new local save as your new save file. And then when you get done tinkering around with that playthrough and you want to go back to your main save, just do the same thing. Pull out the save file you had created, take your main save that you had backed up, and put it back into the folder, and then restart and choose the correct save when it pops up. Is the that's the TLDW. Okay, we hit level 74 at least. Yeah, that is so weird, but those ogres are just not aggroing to that wall. Yeah, then, I mean, the early experience is fun, too. You know? But yeah, nothing wrong with that. I would definitely say keep your old save, though, just in case you want to, you know, you ever decide you want to return back to it. I do giveaways every month. They're 286. We got a new month not too far away, so there will be a new giveaway started for it. Yeah, these ogres are fat, man. Those guardian walls do pretty incredible things on this map. If you have all the runes, like the guardian walls, and then use the rune flamethrowers, they just annihilate this map. That's the... back with the old... let's survival run overnight while you're sleeping strategy. That was the strat. Flamethrowers would just destroy the map with the rune. And then the guardian walls would keep them alive because they'd soak up all the damage that they took. Alright, looks like got a little bit more XP. Let me see, I never... oh shit, look at my inventory. I guess it's time. Maybe I did get 2 levels this time around, I'm not sure. More upgrades. God, do I want to go through all the characters? I don't really want to. I'm going to do this number. I'm going to lazy mode it. Bam! Ah. What's the quickest way to clear up your inventory? Yeah, these Dark Elf Warriors are going to be a problem. Oh, Ogre made it through. It's over. Or is it? What is he aggro to? Why did he not hit anything? Something suspect going on here. I mean, I saw it with the wall, but that one came all the way up. It must be aggro to me. That was very, very suspect there. I'm not even in Overlord mode or anything. Like, if I was in Overlord mode, I could see it having some kind of weird aggro issue. But with me just chilling here, I don't really understand where the aggro problem is coming from. I mean, this should be a failure right now. Oh, I'm gonna take it. I'm not complaining. Ooh, here we go. Somebody's slapping finally. And he died. The guy that got the itch to start slapping died. Oof. Poor fella. Have to see what the XP is like for this wave. I mean, we should be into high XP waves. But I do feel like Prom is better. I feel like the XP on this map is not good. All right, did not get a ton for that wave. Come on, you can do it. Oh my God, really? There we go. Okay, there's a slapper. Whatever was going on with the ogres, it fixed itself. Is that what it is? The XP sucks? I just wasted time by coming here, huh? I should have just went to Prom. What we'll do, I got a feeling this will end up failing before 25. The core is already taking some damage. So what we'll do is next stream we'll run through Prom and then do whatever I need to do to get the final level or two or whatever to get to 80. And then try to get a massacre win. But like I said, I kind of want to play around on my main account too. I don't want to just do the alt thing. I feel like I've experienced the early game changes. Yeah, Prom's got the copters, but very doable. Prom, you can do those nice spawn camps too with traps and auras and really blast the waves. I mean, wave 21, but the core is what, like it's 75% now? A little bit of sketch there. A little bit of sketch. Man, I feel like these last three waves would be enough to get me to 75, too. Well, lesson learned, for sure. And I'm not seeing any Transcendent gear either, which I think on Prime I would be seeing by now. I should have went back and looked at my old videos of where the loot tables lie. It might make it, but it's going to be real close if it does. I mean, I could always get out here and kill these ogres, too. The Dark Elf Warriors will give me some problems. It don't matter what I'm playing. If you got a question, ask it. If they're all set up with 10 out of 10 mods and everything, you want to keep them and re-upgrade them. If not, it's kind of your call. Nothing wrong with scrapping them. But yeah, if they're all set up with mods, then you definitely want to keep them and re-upgrade them after you're all done. Alright, so I think we let the Dark Elf Warriors die and then go out and get on the ogres manually. Actually, it looks like the ogres are going to make it here at the same time. There we go. That saved a little core trouble. Definitely got to get a little bob and weave in here now. Time for the bob and weave. Time to make Mike Tyson proud. Ali did it first? Yeah, but Mike did it best. Ali may have moved like a butterfly and stung like a bee, but Tyson knocked people the fuck out. The head movement is ridiculous on old Tyson. Alright, Zomboss, take it easy. Enjoy. I'm not going to be too far off. I'm surprised my wife hasn't come tapping on the door yet. Another DPS pet would probably go a long way here. Still waiting for the rematch between him and Holyfield. I would not put it past him at this state that they have some kind of exhibition match or whatever. It's too much money, you know? They make so much cash off those things. Oh, Mike might have chomped his ear off, but let me tell you, as an old school boxing fan and current era UFC fan, oh, Holyfield was one cheating mofo, man. With his head, butts, and his elbows and everything else. Now, did he deserve to get his ear bitten off? Probably not. But I can understand Mike's frustration with all the headbutting and elbows. Because old Holyfield is dirty, dirty. That don't mean you go biting somebody's ear, but still. Seemed like it was good XP, like maybe wave 23 and 24. See what we get for this one. But besides that, the XP was definitely Garbo here. And I think this would be a much tougher wave 22 start than Prom would be. Yeah, see, that was like a quarter of a level there. That was pretty decent. The Fight Night franchise? Oh, yeah. Well, boxing nowadays is just such a kind of a joke compared to what it used to be. That new Paramount and UFC deal, maybe something will end up coming out of that that'll expand out the combat sports franchises a little bit. Oh no, don't go over there. Go, go, little demon lord, go. Oof. I'm curious to see how that is. I saw Paramount ran their first ad. Their ad actually kind of seemed a little bit low budget, which I was kind of surprised. Why you would not make like a crazy good ad after paying billions of dollars for something. The UFC's got a bunch of stuff that goes on. It's just a matter of consolidating it and making it more available to the general public, you know? You got the Dana White Contender Series, and then, obviously the large numbered UFC events, the UFC Fight Night events. There's something else, or there's the Ultimate Fighter reality series. They spent it all on the South Park deal. They spent like $2 billion on the UFC deal. I think that was what it was. Was it a $2 billion? It was a bunch of money. Oh no, watch me lose with 30 mobs left. That would be tragic. Alright, thank God. That would have been very, very upsetting. We got an even beastier giraffe. How's my inventory? Inventory's a little bit pooped on. Let's scrap the weapons. That will free up enough, I think, for the loot on the ground. $137 mil XP. Yeah, I'm pretty sure prom is way better than that. That's $3.5 billion between those two things. That's crazy, man. Some serious bacon. Let's check out the old upgrade situation. Oh man, fat upgrades. Yep. What did I do? We lost a piece. Gloves. We're gonna have to put those gloves back on probably. Fort range rate, fort range rate. We can just put them on and compare the rest. Yeah, anyway, I'll go through all that stuff next time around, because it is starting to get a little late for me as far as dinner time goes. But yeah, anyway, y'all, that is going to get it for me for tonight. So thanks an absolute ton. It could have been, Al, for sure. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Let's take a look and see if anybody is streaming. Why did it go? Let's see if anybody's streaming DDA here. Nope, it was just me. Is there anybody streaming DD2? Obi the Otter. Don't know who that is, but we'll go ahead and send him a raid here. But thank you all an absolute ton for hanging out. Hopefully everyone's having a great night. And I will see you all next time. Take it easy, y'all.